Very good morning. So yesterday we completed the chapter of basic concept and we also started the chapter of residential status and scope of total income. Whatever we discussed in the last 15-20 minutes yesterday with respect to residential status and scope of total income. We'll have a small recap of that and then we'll proceed further. So we are on page number 17 of the textbook. Name of the chapter is residential status and scope of total income. I already told you that the tax liability depends upon the total income. In turn, total income depends upon the scope of total income, and scope of total income depends upon the residential status of a person. If a person is resident in India, then his foreign income as well as Indian income, in other words, his global income is taxable in India. Whereas in case of a non-resident person, only his Indian income is taxable in India. So in case of a resident person, scope of income is wider as compared to a non-resident person. But whether the scope of income is wider or narrower, it all depends upon the residential status. That is the reason we need to learn the residential status first and then the scope of total income. We started with residential status saying that determining residential status means ascertaining whether you are resident of this country or you are not resident of this country. When you reside in this country, you will be considered as resident in India. If you reside in some other country, you will be considered as non-resident in India. In some other country, you might be considered as a resident. Whatever are the rules of that other country rules you have to apply. But we are concerned with the residential status to be ascertained in India. We are not concerned with the residential status outside India. So we started with saying that determining residential status is utmost important, because based on the residential status, you decide your scope of total income. Based on that, you ascertain your total income, and finally based on that, you ascertain the tax liability. Yesterday we understood that there are basic set of rules which are applicable in all these situations. So these rules are first important point we have discussed yesterday. Saying that there are separate set of rules or there are separate section numbers when it comes to ascertaining the residential status of different persons. In the definition of person, there were 7 points. Those 7 points or those 7 persons are categorized into 4 categories. The first category would include only individual. So if you want to ascertain the residential status of individual, you have to refer 3 sections. Section 6, subsection 1, subsection 1A and subsection 6. If you want to ascertain the residential status of HUF, you have to refer only one section, that is section 6, subsection 2. Residential status of company, the provisions are given in section 6, subsection 3. And residential status of every other person, the provisions are given in section 6, subsection 4. When we say other person, these people will include what? These people will include firm, it will include association of person, body of individual, local authority and artificial juridical person. Is that very clear? So the set of rules for determining the residential status of every other person are same. So this was the first point which we have discussed yesterday. Second point says that residential status is required to be ascertained every year. Why so? Because we ascertain the total income also every year. In income tax, everything is ascertained for a year's time. That is nothing but the previous year. So for every previous year, you will be required to ascertain the residential status. It is not necessary that if you are a resident in 1 year, you will be considered as a resident in all the years or in all the future years. Every year you have to find out the residential status by applying the same provisions. Number 3, point number C, we understood that citizenship has no relevance in determining the residential status of a person. Citizenship is something else, residential status is something else. You may be born in this country. You can get citizenship by 2 different approaches or by 2 different manners. If you are born in India, by default you are an Indian citizen, or maybe you are born in some other country, then you can apply for citizenship. There is a separate act called as Citizenship of India Act 1955. In that there are provisions with respect to how an individual can apply for citizenship. So if you are born in some other country and you want the Indian citizenship, in that case you can give the application to the government of India, and if government of India grants you citizenship of this country, you will become a citizen of this country. But in income tax, the citizenship has no relevance in determining the residential status, or citizenship has no relevance in ascertaining the total income and tax liability of an individual. Citizenship is not taken into account in any of the points. What is important in income tax is residential status. So if you reside in this country, you will become resident. If you don't reside in this country, you will become non-resident. Point number D says that mere fact that you are a resident of some other country, mere fact that you are a resident of some other country will not prima facie make you non-resident in India. Whether you are resident in India or whether you are non-resident in India is required to be ascertained by applying the provisions of Income Tax Act of India. For example, in UK they say that if you stay in UK for 50 days, you are resident. So you stayed in UK for 50 days, you become resident of UK. That doesn't mean that in India you will become non-resident. In India will apply the rules of the Indian Income Tax Act 1961. If you become resident as per those rules, you will be considered as resident. You can't claim that I am already a resident of UK, so I can't be resident of India. You can become resident of more than one country at a same time. Whether you are resident of some other country or not, we are not concerned with that. We are concerned with your residential status only in India. Then we moved on to understand the residential status of individual. For ascertaining the residential status of individual, there are how many sections? 3 sections. In fact, up to last year, there were only 2 sections. One is introduced newly in budget 2020. So, the newly introduced section will be understanding at a later stage with the reasoning as to why such section has been introduced. For the time being, we can say that for determining the residential status of individual, there are 2 sections. Section 6 subsection 1 and section 6 subsection 6. This deemed resident concept is newly introduced by budget 2020. So for the time being, I am keeping aside this and I am proceeding further respect to the old provisions only. So a person, now I will not be using the word person, I will be using the word individual, because we are into the topic of residential status of individual. Residential status of individual can be either resident in India or non-resident in India. Whether an individual is resident or non-resident is ascertained based on the provisions of section 6 subsection 1. So you have to refer to the provisions given in section 6 subsection 1 to ascertain whether an individual is resident or non-resident. Is that very, very clear? Next, if referring to the provisions of section 6 subsection 1, if you conclude that individual is non-resident, then the story is over. Then once again you try to find out whether he is resident or non-resident in the next year. For this particular year, he is already non-resident, the conclusion has arrived. But if a person is resident, then you have to further decide whether that resident individual is ordinarily resident or not ordinarily resident. For that, you have to refer to the provisions of section 6 subsection 6. Ordinarily resident, in simple language, in one sentence I can say that a ordinarily resident person means a person or means an individual who is residing in India in the past, who has resided in India in past also for a very long span of time, maybe 8 to 10 years. But if some person has resided in India in the current year as well as in the recent past, last 4-5 years, in that case we can say that he is not ordinarily resident. We will try to understand the provisions in detail when we move on to section 6 subsection 6. But till now you might have understood that if you want to decide the residential status of individual, you have to refer to 2 sections, section 6 subsection 1 and section 6 subsection 6. Referring to the provisions of section 6 subsection 1, what you can decide whether an individual is resident or non-resident. Is that very clear? So first of all, we'll move on to this part 1, that is section 6 subsection 1. Section 6 subsection 1 gives you two conditions. This is the explanation sheet. This will also be emailed to you. Don't worry about that. We are moving on to what? To the provision with respect to determination of residential status of individual, whether the individual is resident or non-resident. For that, we need to refer to this section 6 subsection 1. Section 6 subsection 1. Section 6 subsection 1 is consisting of two conditions. Section 6 subsection 1 is consisting of how many conditions? Two conditions. Condition 1 and condition 2. Government says if you fulfill the first condition and you do not fulfill the second condition, you will be considered as resident in India. Other way around, if you do not fulfill the first condition but you fulfill the second condition, still you will be considered as resident in India. For example, if you want to clear CA intermediate examination in the first attempt, there are two conditions. Number one, you should attend all the lectures regularly, and number two condition, you should do the self-study. You can clear the examination if both the conditions are fulfilled. If you just attend the lectures and go home and relax, you are not going to clear the examination. So you have to attend the lectures, at the same time you have to prepare on your own, you have to do the self-study. So if these two conditions are fulfilled, you will clear the examination in the first attempt. Similarly, here government says you have to fulfill any one of the conditions. You have to fulfill any one of the condition. There are two conditions in section 6 subsection 1. First condition and second condition. If you fulfill the first one, you don't fulfill the second one, will be considered as resident in India. If you do not fulfill the if you do not fulfill the first condition, but if you still fulfill the second condition, still you will be considered as resident in India. Is that very clear? The third possibility is you are fulfilling both the conditions. In that case, what do we conclude? You fulfill one of the conditions, we are saying that you are resident, and if you fulfill both the conditions, definitely you are resident. In other words, when can we say that you are non-resident person? Only when you do not fulfill any of the conditions. Basically, both the conditions are not fulfilled, you will be considered as non-resident. So, for becoming resident in India, you have to fulfill how many conditions? Any one condition. So, if I want to write something between condition 1 and condition 2, what should I write? Should I write the word and, or should I write the word or? Or is written. So between condition 1 and 2, or is written because you have to fulfill either of the conditions. Is that very, very clear? Okay, now let's move on to the first condition, that is section 6 subsection 1, condition number 1. It says what? See, the criteria for determining the residential status of individual. See, there has to be a criteria for everything. Whether you pass, whether you will be considered as passed student or a failed student depends upon whether you have scored at least 50% marks on an aggregate basis as well as 40% marks in individual subjects. So this is the criteria of the examination conducted by the CA Institute. Similarly, there is a criteria for ascertaining the residential status of individual. What is that criteria? That criteria cannot be height, weight of an individual or the skin color. That cannot be the criteria. What should be the criteria? How many days an individual is residing in India? That is the criteria. So if I ask you what is the criteria for ascertaining the residential status of individual, what is the answer? His stay in India. How many days he is residing in India? That is the criteria which will be taken into account for ascertaining the residential status. Is that very, very clear? Yes or no? So you need to develop a habit of responding. Every one of you should respond. because these are the very simple topics. When we move on to slightly complex topics like business profession, capital gains, a lot of focus will also be required, and after every small point I will be asking whether you understood or not, because there are topics wherein if you don't understand the first part of the topic, it is impossible to understand the second part. So you should develop an habit of responding, and you should, when you are in the class, you should sit straight on the chair. You should don't bend yourself. Otherwise, within a span of 15-20 minutes, you will doze off. It is a very big challenge to attend a lecture of income tax for 6.5 to 7 hours. 6.5 to 7 hours, if you want to attend the lecture of income tax, you should be a self-motivated person. That come what may, I'll focus. And the challenge for an CA intermediate student is to focus in the last 1.5 hours. Even the CPT or CA foundation students are attending lectures for 4-5 hours. So if you are attending lecture for say 6.5 hours, so you are attending only 1.5 hour extra. So as and when we reach to the conclusion of the lecture, the last remaining 1.5 hour is very challenging. So if you don't focus in the last 1.5 hour in every lecture, then by default 20% of the syllabus is gone in option. So you need to ensure that the last part of the lecture, you are always alive, you are attentive. Shall I proceed? This is getting charged, I do not know. Anyway, shall I move on? Very good. So now what we have concluded, for becoming resident in India, you have to fulfill how many conditions? You have to fulfill any one of the conditions given in section 6 subsection 1. We move on to the first condition of section 6 subsection 1, which says that if your stay in India is 182 days or more in the relevant previous year, then you would be considered as resident in India. What do you mean by relevant previous year? Relevant previous year means a previous year for which you are ascertaining the residential status. For our examination, relevant previous year means previous year 2021. So previous year 2021 will start on 1st April 20, it will end on 31st March 21. During this period, you have to find out whether that particular individual is residing in India for how many days? So 182 days or more. If that individual is residing in India, we can say that condition number 1 is fulfilled. If condition 1 is fulfilled, you should not check the second condition, because the conclusion has arrived that particular individual is considered as resident in India. Is that very clear? Okay. Now we move on to condition 2. Condition 2 is divided in 2 parts. Condition 1 is very clear to each one of you? Okay. Condition 2, also criteria remains the same. Stay in India. How many days the individual has resided in India. But here there are 2 conditions. In condition 2, the conditions are divided in 2 parts. Part 2A and part 2B. Both the parts are required to be fulfilled. Then only we can say that condition 2 is fulfilled. Condition 1, we had only 1 part. Condition 2, we are having 2 parts. Both the parts are required to be fulfilled. Then only we can say that condition 2 is fulfilled, and we can conclude that yes, you are resident in India. What is the first part of condition 2? First part of condition 2 says that your stay in India should be how much? 60 days or more in the relevant previous year. What is the relevant previous year? Previous year 2021, correct? So, during the relevant previous year 2021, your stay in India should be 60 days or more. See, the first condition said that your stay in India should be 182 days or more. When we will move on to the second condition, when your stay is less than 182, we say that condition number 1 is not fulfilled. Hence, we would be checking whether the second condition is fulfilled or not. But for example, you resided in India during the previous year 2021 only for 50 days, 50 days. In that case, what will happen? Are you fulfilling the first condition? No. Are you fulfilling part A of the second condition? No. In that case, we say that both the conditions are not fulfilled. What is the conclusion? Will be considered as non-resident in India. Is that very, very clear? Okay. So, condition 2 part A says that you check the number of days stay in India during the relevant previous year, and that number of days stay should be how much? At least 60 days. It should be either 60 days or more than 60 days. Is that very clear? Part 2 of the condition says that you check the stay in India in immediately preceding 4 years. Immediately preceding 4 years. Immediately preceding 4 years means 4 years backward from previous year 2021, excluding 2021. 2021 should not be taken into account. The relevant previous year should not be taken into account. Only the past years should be taken into account. How many past years? 4 years. Which 4 years? 4 years immediately prior to the relevant previous year. You can't take any favorite 4 years. You have to take performance. Say for example, a batsman has scored a century in the current match only. Should we select him? Yes, because he has scored a century. So we can say that he is in a form. So in the next match, he may score more number of. He can take more wickets or he can score more runs. So he should be selected. Or maybe say for example, there is a player that he has not scored a century in the last 10-15 matches, but in every match he will score somewhere around 40 to 50 runs. Should he be selected? Yes, because he is a consistent player. So similarly here also government is looking at two things. Number one, if you are not consistently residing in India, you resided in India only in this year, but you resided for a very long span of time, your stay in India in the current year is 182 days or more, then you will be considered as a resident. But if you have resided in India in the current year for less than 182 days, but you come to India every year, you reside in India every year for some number of days, in that case we can say that you are consistently residing in India since last 4 years, you will be considered as resident in India. Is that very, very clear? So with this section 6 subsection 1, basic two conditions are over. Now we need to discuss, my speed is manageable, no? I move on to the textbook once again on page number 18. So here I have given you the extract of section 6 subsection 1, condition 1. Condition 1, condition 2. These two things we have discussed. Now we move on to explanation 1 to section 6 subsection. Just below section 6 subsection 1, government has inserted what? Explanation number 1. Explanation number 1 is consisting of what? It is consisting of exceptions. Exceptions to what? Exceptions to condition number 2. Basically, it covers those situations wherein condition number 2 would not be made applicable. In certain specific situations, condition 2 won't apply. In other words, in those situations, which condition will apply? Only the first condition will apply. If the individual fulfills the first condition, he would be treated as resident in India. And if he doesn't fulfill the first condition, he would be treated as non-resident in India. Why? Because second condition is not applicable in his case. For him, only one condition is made. Is that very clear? So here, in explanation 1 to section 6 subsection 1, we need to understand which are those situations wherein only one condition is applicable, only the first condition is applicable, second condition is not applicable. Broadly, there are 4 situations. Those 4 situations we have clubbed into 2 points. Point A. See, point number C is a budget 2020 amendment that I will discuss at a later stage. So forget about point number C as of now. We will focus on point number A and B. Point number A is consisting of 2 situations and point number B is also consisting of 2 situations. So broadly, there are how many situations? 4 situations. In these 4 situations, what is the consequence if you fall into any of these 4 situations? Then what will happen? Then condition 2 is not made applicable to you. Only the first condition is made applicable. If you fulfill the first condition, you will be treated as resident. If you don't fulfill the first condition, you will be considered as non-resident. Is that very, very clear? Yes or no? Okay. Let's move on to the first point, that is point number A. Point number A says that any individual who is an Indian citizen, any individual who is an Indian citizen. So how can you become an Indian citizen? Either by birth or by application. Any individual who is an Indian citizen who was in India when your relevant previous year started. When your previous year started on 1st April 2020. So on that 1st April 2020, that individual was present in India. And during the previous year 2021, he leaves India. So he is going outside India during the relevant previous year 2021. So at the beginning of the previous year 2021, that is on 1st April 20, he is in India. During the previous year, he goes outside India. Why he goes outside India? He goes outside India for the purpose of employment. This is situation 1. Situation 1, you have to apply in part. You have to read the entire sentence in parts and you have to apply in parts. If you try to apply the entire sentence in the question, then you will get the wrong conclusion. First of all, part 1 says what? You should be an Indian citizen. This is part 1. In other words, if an individual is not an Indian citizen, then he is not covered by that situation. He is not covered by the exception. So part 1, read part 1 and apply part 1. In every situation, there is one sentence and the one sentence is divided in 4 parts or 4 parameters. We have to apply, we have to read in parts and you have to apply also in parts. Don't read the entire sentence and apply. So first situation, part 1 says what? You should be an Indian citizen. Part 2 says at the beginning of the previous year 2021, you should be in India. Part 3 says during the previous year 2021, you are leaving India, you are going outside India. And part 4 says why you are going outside India? You are going outside India for the purpose of employment. You need to be very alert, you need to read in parts, you need to apply that situation in the question in parts only. Please don't try to apply in the entire sentence form, otherwise you will get the wrong conclusions. So I repeat, first part says what? You should be an Indian citizen. Second part says what? When the previous year started, you were in India. Third part says, during the previous year 2021, you are moving outside India. Fourth part says what? Why you are moving outside India? For the purpose of employment. Is that very clear? Yes? Shall I proceed? Okay. Now, very important point to be noted here is, the fourth part says that you are going outside India for the purpose of employment. What do you mean by for the purpose of employment? First of all, tell me, if you are covered by the first situation, what is the consequence? Second condition is not applicable to you, only the first condition is applicable. If you fulfill the first condition, you are a resident, otherwise you are non-resident. Yes or no? Now, you tell me, what do you mean by an individual is going outside India for the purpose of employment? He is going outside India for the purpose of employment means he might have got some job outside India, or maybe he is having some business outside India. So he is going outside India to manage that business. See, there are two situations here. There are two situations. Right now we are trying to understand the meaning of the word a person going outside India for the purpose of employment. So here I can say that there are two situations. Number one, case one, a person is going outside India for the purpose of employment. A person is going outside India for the purpose of employment. If a person is going outside India for the purpose of employment means what? He is covered by the exception. If he is covered by the exception given in explanation 1, what is the consequence? Condition 2 is not applicable to him. Only condition 1 is made applicable. If condition 1 is fulfilled, he would be treated as resident. If condition 1 is not fulfilled, he would be treated as non-resident. Is that very much clear in your mind? Okay. Now, second thing is, say for example, Manoj has completed his chartered accountancy and he has got a job in Infosys. Now, Infosys is sending Manoj to their UK branch. Infosys is having an office in UK. So, for 15 days, he is being sent to UK branch to manage the affairs of the UK branch. Can we say that Manoj is going outside India for the purpose of employment? Is he going outside India to take up the employment? He is already employed in India. During the course of his employment, he is visiting outside India. When we say you are going outside India for the purpose of employment, means you are taking up employment outside India. In this case, Manoj is already employed in India by the Infosys and his employer himself is sending him outside India. So there are two different situations or two different things. Individual is going outside India for the purpose of employment means he has landed a job, he has taken up a new job and now he is joining that job. So when he goes outside India, his intention is to work there, or maybe we can say that how do we identify whether the person is going outside India for the purpose of employment or not? If a person is going outside India for the purpose of employment, he has to get the visa. Which nature of visa? He has to get the employment visa. See, visas are also, there are different categories. If you want to go to Dubai for 15 days as a tourist, then you will be getting a tourist visa. Tourist visa generally is given only for 15 days. In Dubai, if you want to visit some of your friends or relatives are residing in Dubai and you want to visit them, then you can take visitors visa. Visitors visa is generally granted for a span of 3 months. Rules are different in all the countries. I'm just giving an example to make you understand. Similarly, there is one category of visa called as employment visa. So when you have taken up a job in Dubai, you will be given an employment visa. Based on that visa, you are going to Dubai. Employment visa will be given for a period for which you have landed a job. If your employer has given you a contract of 2 years, then based on that offer letter, you have to submit the application for visa, and your visa application will be processed for a span of only 2 years, and you will be given an employment visa. So when you go outside India, taking up which visa? Employment visa. We say that you are going outside India for the purpose of employment. If Manoj is already employed in Infosys in India and he goes outside India to manage some business of Infosys in UK, then he will not go on an employment visa. He will go on a business tour. He'll go on a business visa, or maybe he'll go on a visitor's visa. Employment visa will be cleared only based on the offer letter which is given to you by someone, by some company. Is that very clear? So when we say you are going outside India for taking up an employment, means you are going outside India taking up the employment visa. Is that 100% clear? Okay. The second situation says that you are going outside India during the course of employment. You are already employed in India, but your employer is sending you outside India for some official visit. So in that case, you are not going outside India for the purpose of employment. You are going outside India during the course of employment. In that exception, in situation 1, they have written what words? Whether they have written for the purpose of employment or during the course of employment. For the purpose of employment. Means, if you are going outside India during the course of employment, you are not covered by the exception. What is the consequence if you are not covered by the exception? If you are not covered by the exception, what is the consequence? Condition 1 as well as condition 2, both are applicable to you. Both are applicable. But you have to fulfill how many conditions out of 2? You have to fulfill any one. So if you don't fulfill the first one, we'll check the second one. So if you are going outside India during the course of employment, you are not covered by the exception. Condition 1 is applicable, condition 2 is also applicable. But for becoming resident, you have to fulfill any one. First situation is a person is an Indian citizen. At the beginning of the relevant previous year 2021, he was in India. During the relevant previous year, he is going outside India, and is going outside India for what purpose? For the purpose of employment. Is that 100% clear? Situation 2 says that person is an Indian citizen. So situation 2, part 1 is same. Person is an Indian citizen. At the beginning of the previous year 2021, he was in India. Means part 2 is also same as the first situation. Yes or no? So a person should be an Indian citizen. At the beginning of the year, he should be in India. During the relevant previous year 20 as a crew member of Indian ship. Indian ship is going outside India and you are working as a crew member on that ship. So when ship goes outside India, by default you are also going outside India. So here you are going outside India for employment or you are already employed? You are already employed on a ship. That ship is going outside India. So along with the ship, since you are a crew member, you are also going outside India. So situation 2 says that any Indian citizen who was in India at the beginning of the previous year 2021, during the previous year 2021, he goes outside India as a crew member of Indian ship. Important point to be noted here is he should be a crew member, he should not be a passenger. And number 2 important point is he should be on an Indian ship. He should not be on a foreign ship. Have you understood this? So in that case, we can say that he is covered by the exception. So what it says, point A says, a person is an Indian citizen. Person is an Indian citizen who was in India at the beginning of the previous year, who leaves India during the relevant previous year as a member of crew of Indian ship. As a member of crew of Indian ship. Have you understood these two situations very clearly? So in first and second situation, what is common? What is common? Both are Indian citizen. At the beginning of the year, both were in India. During the previous year, they both are going outside India. What is uncommon? The first one is going outside India for the purpose of employment. Second one is going outside India as a crew member of Indian ship. Is that very clear? So basically we can conclude that in point number A, both of them are going outside India. Shall I move on to the second point? Point number B says that you are an Indian citizen. Yep, that person is an Indian citizen. At the beginning of the year, he was outside India. In the earlier situation, you were in India and you were moving outside India. In this situation, you are where? You are outside India. So, a person is an Indian citizen who is outside India. If he is outside India during the previous year, he will come to India. Why is coming to India? He is coming to India for the purpose of visit to India. What is the meaning of term visit? Meaning of term visit is, when you come to India, you know that on a particular date you have to return back. In other words, you are coming to India on a visitor's visa. Visitor's visa is always allotted for a short span of time. See, when you fall sick, you go to a doctor, not to reside at his home, but to visit him. When you say to your mother that I will be visiting doctor today, means you will go and you will come back. That is called as visit. So here we are saying that an Indian citizen who is outside India at the beginning of the previous year 2021, he is coming to India during the previous year 2021 for the purpose of visit to India. What is the purpose of visit is not relevant. What is the purpose of visit is not relevant. He may come to India for meeting his parents if his parents are residing in India, or maybe he is coming to India for the purpose of getting married. Whatever may be the reason, the purpose for which he is coming to India is not relevant. The only relevant thing is he should come to India for a purpose of visit. He should not come to India to settle down here. If you are coming to India to settle down here, then you are not covered by the exceptional situation. You will be covered by the exceptional situation only when you are coming to India for the purpose of visit to India. Is that very, very clear? Once again, you have to apply this. In this situation is required to be applied part by part. Part 1 says you should be Indian citizen. Part 2 says at the beginning of the relevant previous year you were outside India. Part 3 says you came to India. And part 4 says that you came to India for the purpose of visit to India. Is that 100% clear? Now let's move on to last situation, that is situation number 4. Situation number 4 says what? You are not an Indian citizen, you are a person of Indian origin. You are not an Indian citizen, you are a person of Indian origin. An individual is a person of Indian origin. At the beginning of the relevant previous year 2021, he was outside India during the previous year 2020 when he came to India. Why he came to India? He came to India for the purpose of visit to India. Means here also three parts are common. At the beginning of the year he was outside India. During the year he came to India. He came to India for the purpose of visit. But what is uncommon part? In situation 3 he was an Indian citizen. In situation 4 he is a person of Indian origin. So any individual who is a person of Indian origin, he is outside India, is coming to India for the purpose of visit, will also be covered by the exceptional situation. Is that very clear? But now what question may arise in your mind is, what do you mean by person of Indian origin? Person of Indian origin means he is not an Indian citizen, but somehow he is connected to India. Either his father belongs to India or his grandparents are belonging to India. So somehow he is connected to India. So we need to understand what is the meaning of person of Indian origin. For that, I have taken an example. Say for example, you are born in India. You are born in India. Can I say you are an Indian citizen? If you are an Indian citizen, don't you feel you are by default a person of Indian origin? Because you yourself are connected to India. So all Indian citizens are by default person of Indian origin. But in certain situations, even a person who is not an Indian citizen would be considered as a person of Indian origin. For example, Mr. X is born in USA. Mr. X is born where? He is born in USA. He is born in USA means what? He is a citizen of USA. He is a citizen of USA means he is not an Indian citizen. Now we need to decide whether Mr. X can be considered as a person of Indian origin or not. If yes, under what circumstance? So if Mr. X is born in India, he is an Indian citizen, by default he will be considered as a person of Indian origin. But if Mr. X is not born in India, in that case we should ask Mr. X where your parents were born. So we should ask where his father was born. So father of Mr. X was born in USA. Mother of Mr. X was born in UK. So none of them were born in India. You should not lose your heart. You should proceed further. One generation back, you should ask a question to Mr. X where your grandparents were born. Which grandparents? Paternal as well as maternal. Paternal grandparents, paternal grandfather. You ask him where your paternal grandfather was born. He says he was born in Japan. And his paternal grandmother was born in China. So if the entire family meets at one place, they can have a World Economic Forum. Everyone is belonging to some other country. Mr. X's maternal grandfather was born in Korea. And finally it says Mr. X's maternal grandmother was born in India. So finally he has achieved something. So in this table there are how many persons? 7 persons. Number 1, Mr. X himself. Number 2 is father, his mother. Number 3 is paternal grandfather, paternal grandmother, and maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. We are saying that if any of these 7 persons, is born in India, Mr. X would be considered as a person of Indian origin. If Mr. X himself is born in India, he is an Indian citizen, and by default all the Indian citizens are considered as person of Indian origin. Only 2 generations, yes, only 2 generations. So any of these persons out of 7 persons is born in India, in that case we will say that Mr. X will be considered as person of Indian origin. Is that very clear? Yes or no? So we have understood how to decide whether a person is a person of Indian origin or not. So with this, which points are over? In exception, point number B is over. Point number B is over. Point A, point B are over. Have you understood this 100%? Okay. Point C is budget 2020 amendment. This is very, very important, but right now we are not going to discuss this. We can mark this as important. This is budget 2020 amendment. Once we complete the provisions as they were prevailing prior to the amendment, we'll be solving certain questions and then we'll move on to the amendment. Before the break, we started with residential status of individual. We covered up section 6 subsection 1. We also covered up explanation 1 to section 6 subsection 1. Explanation is consisting of what? Exceptions to the second conditions. In that there are 4 situations. Out of the 4 situations, first 2 situations are consisting of those individuals who are going outside India. Yes or no? And the next 2 situations cover those individuals who are coming to India for the purpose of visit. We have also covered section 115C, which explains the meaning of the term person of Indian origin. Besides that, we have point number 3, which is a budget 2020 amendment that we'll discuss at a later stage. We also have section 6 subsection 1A. This is also an amendment. This is a new section inserted. This will also we'll be discussing at a later stage. Right now I move on to section 6 subsection 6. Section 6 subsection 6. Okay. Yes, focus here. The way we had 2 conditions in section 6 subsection 1. Similarly, we have 2 conditions in section 6 subsection 6. When can we say that a person is resident in India? When he is fulfilling any one of the condition out of 2 conditions given in section 6 subsection 1. Now we are moving on to section 6 subsection 6. I say that in section 6 subsection 6 also there are 2 conditions, condition 1 and condition 2. Here we are saying that in section 6 subsection 1, if you fulfill the first condition, you do not fulfill the second condition, you will be considered as resident but not ordinary resident. You will be considered as what? Resident but not ordinary resident. Second point is, if you don't fulfill the first condition but still you fulfill the second condition, in that case also you will be considered as what? Resident but not ordinary resident. What if you do not fulfill any of these 2 conditions? You will be not non-resident. You have already become resident by fulfilling the conditions of section 6 subsection 1. Now you can't become non-resident. Now you will either become resident and ordinary resident, or you will become resident but not ordinary resident. Now you can't become non-resident. Already you have taken step 1 and you have decided that you are already resident in India. So now you can't get back and say that I am non-resident. Is that very clear? Okay. So in this section 6 subsection 6, if you fulfill one of the condition, if you don't fulfill the other condition, then we say that you will be considered as resident but not ordinary resident. No, person means here also you take the meaning as individual only. Yes, we are not talking about HEF other person. We are talking only about individual. Only about individual. In fact, I should have written the word individual clearly instead of person. So in section 6 subsection 6, we are having how many conditions? 2 conditions. If you don't fulfill any of the condition, or you fulfill any one of the condition out of 2, you will be considered as what? Resident but not ordinary resident. Is that very, very clear? In other words, you will be considered as resident and ordinary resident in which situation? When you fulfill both the conditions of section 6 subsection 6. So if I want to write something between condition 1 and condition 2, what should I write? Should I write and or should I write or? And so if you fulfill condition 1 as well as condition 2, you will be considered as resident and ordinarily resident. Is that 100% clear? Okay. Now, what is written in first condition of section 6 subsection 1? Section 6 subsection 1 first condition says that resident individual should be resident for at least 2 years. He should be resident for how many years? He should be resident for at least 2 years out of 10 years immediately preceding the relevant previous year. What is your relevant previous year? Relevant previous year is 2021. So you should be resident for at least how many years? 2 years out of 10 years. Which 10 years? 10 years prior to the previous year, 2021. So 2021 should be included or it should be excluded? It should be excluded. Without considering 2021, you go backward and you find out which are those 10 years. So those 10 years would be from previous year 1011 to previous year 1920. So you have to find out the residential status for all these 10 years. You have to find out whether an individual is resident or non-resident during those 10 years. For that you need what? You need the number of days stay for the last 10 years. And how you will decide whether that individual was resident in the last 10 years? By checking condition given in section 6 subsection 1. Do you recollect those conditions? 182 days or more or 60 plus 365 days. So you have to check these conditions for the last 10 years, and if individual satisfies those conditions for at least 2 years out of last 10 years, then we say that condition 1 of section 6 subsection 1 is fulfilled. Is that very clear? I have taken an example here. Examiner will give you the stay of last 10 years. From which year to which year? 1011 to 1920 in this tabular presentation. Similarly, information will be given to in the question. Against every year, he will be giving you stay in India. So, in this last 10 years, you have to identify when he was resident in India. For that, you have to apply which conditions? Section 6, subsection 1 condition. The first one says that SSC should be residing in India for 182 days or more. So what you have to do, against each and every year you have to check the condition 1. Wherever the number of days stay is 182 days or more, you select that here. You need how many such years? At least 2. So in this case, if you look at this, then previous year previous year 1011, he was in India for 195 days. So can I say in previous year 1011 he was resident in India? Okay. Previous year 1112, he stays how much? 187 days. So can I say previous year 1112 also he was resident in India? And he should be resident for at least how many years? 2 years out of 10 years. Once you have got that he is resident for 2 years, you should not check for the remaining years. That is a waste of time. Is that very, very clear? So section 6 subsection 1 first condition says that an individual should be resident for at least 2 years out of 10 years immediately prior to the relevant previous year 2021. In the batch of 10 years, the previous year 2021 should not be included. Is that very clear? Okay. I have taken one more example. Example number 2. Can you tell me is resident for how many years? Out of these 10 years, if you look at previous year 1920, he stays how much? 300 days. So can I say he is fulfilling the first condition of 182 days or more? So he is resident for that particular year, that is 1920. Are you understanding? Okay. Besides that, if you look at the stay from the period 1011 to 1819, he was never in India for 182 days or more. So he can't fulfill the first condition of 6.1. So we can check second condition of 6.1 for him. What is second condition? His stay in India in that particular year is 60 days and it is 365 days or more in last 4 years. So you have to select that year wherein the preceding 4 years total is at least 365. So you look at the numbers which are bigger. A bunch of 4 years wherein the number of days stay is higher. So if you see, if you look at previous year 1819, his stay in the previous year 1819 is how many days? 85 days. So can I say condition 2 part A 60 days or more is fulfilled. But along with that, you have to check what is the stay for the last 4 years. Last 4 years means which year? From 1415 to 1718. Yes or no? Are you understanding? What we are doing right now, we are trying to find out whether he is resident in India, whether he was resident in India for the year 1819. First condition he could not fulfill. Second condition says that his stay should be 60 days or more. So, was he in India for 60 days or more during 1819? Yes. So, he has fulfilled condition 2 part A. Part B says what? He should be in India for at least how many days? 365 days or more. In how many years? Last 4 years prior to 1819. So, prior to 1819, which are the last 4 years? 1415 to 1718. You take up the pick up the calculator, take the total 40 days plus 30 days plus 85 days plus 85 days. How many days? 240. So can I say part 85 days twice is 170 days. 170 plus 30 is 200 plus 40 is 240 days. Correct now, madam? Are you having any confusion? Okay. Shall I proceed? Okay. Now, is he fulfilling the part B of the condition 365 days or more in last 4 years? No. So, what is the consequence? What is the conclusion? Previous year 1819 he was non-resident. Similarly, you can check for 17, 18, 16, 17, 15, 16, etc. 15, 16 anyway is non-resident because his actual stay in that year itself is less than 60 days. So, 14, 15. Listen to me very carefully. If you have doubt, please do ask. Do you have any confusion, madam? No. Okay. Now, previous year 12-13. Listen to me carefully. Previous year 12-13, previous year 13-14, 14-15, 15-16. He can't be resident because his stay in that particular year itself is less than 60 days. Is that very, very clear? So, you can check which years? 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. So 18, 19 we have checked and we have concluded that he is non-resident in 18, 19. Similarly, you check for 17, 18. During 17, 18 also he will be considered as non-resident because the stay of the last 4 years prior to 17, 18 doesn't turn out to be more than 365 days. 365 days or more. Similarly, if you check for 16, 17, in that year he was in India for 60 days. But you look at last 4 years, he was in India for less than 365 days. So I can say that during 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, all these years he was non-resident in India. And previous year 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16, anyway is non-resident because his stay in India in that particular year itself is less than 60 days. So we have concluded that from previous year 12, 13 to 18, 19, he is not resident even for 1 year. Yes or no? Now we are left with only 2 years, 10, 11 and 11, 12. 11, 12 if you see, his current year stay is 177 days, which is 60 days or more. But last 4 years doesn't turn up to 365 days or more. So once again 11, 12 also he is non-resident. Are you understanding this? So in the last 10 years, he is resident for how many years? Only 1 year. That is which year? 1920. So whether that first condition of 6 is fulfilled or not fulfilled? Not fulfilled. In that case, what do we say? What do we conclude? At least 2 years, but at least 2 years. So he was resident for only 1 year, means condition is not fulfilled now. So what is the conclusion? He is resident but not ordinary resident. Is that very clear? Okay, similarly, you look at example number 3. Example number 3 is resident for how many years in the last 10 years? He is resident in India for how many years in the last 10 years? 2 years. Look at 1920, he was in India for 300 days, correct? Okay. This example number 3 is nothing but I have taken the same numbers of example number 2 and I have just changed
some stay in that 14, 15, I have changed the state. 14, 15, his stay is how much? 60 days. And now, if you take the total of last 4 years, that is from 10, 11 to 13, 14, that would turn out to be 365 days or more. So, what is our conclusion? He is resident in India for the year 14, 15, as well as 19, 20. So, is he resident in India for 2 years out of 10 years? Yes. Will you conclude something? No. Why? Because for becoming ordinary resident, he has to fulfill how many conditions? 2 conditions. As if right now we have checked only the first condition. Is that very, very clear? Okay. Next condition says what? Section 6, subsection 6. Second condition. Second condition says that he should be, his stay in India should be 730 days or more. Can you see this condition? We are here. Or maybe we can go here only. Second condition of section 6, subsection 6 says what? His stay in India should be how much? 730 days or more. During how many years? During 7 years, immediately prior to the relevant previous year 2021. So you have to take the aggregate of the stay of the last 7 years. If that aggregate turns out to be 730 days or more, then we can say that second condition of 6.6 is also fulfilled. If the second condition is fulfilled, what do we conclude? He is resident and ordinary resident. And if second condition is not fulfilled, then what? Then he is resident but not ordinary resident. Is that very, very clear? So you have to just take the total of the last 7 years, excluding 2021. 2021 should not be included in past states. Is that very clear? So section 6, subsection 6 is consisting of 2 conditions. If you fulfill both the conditions, will be considered as resident and ordinary resident. Is that 100% clear? Okay. So with this, we have completed the basic discussion for determining the residential status of individual. Some amendments are left. Besides that, one situation is left. In case of a person who is working as a crew member of Indian ship, there is some special provision that we'll discuss at a later stage. As of now, we have completed 6.1 and 6.6. Now we'll move on to some practical questions. We move on to practical questions in the book. See, this residential status part is generally not asked in the examination. That is the reason I have given all the answers in the textbook itself. So you can move on to page number 29. Page number 29. Practical problems. Shall we start? Okay. We move on to question number 1. You need to read question very carefully, otherwise you will conclude, give the wrong conclusion. So we are moving on to question number 1. Question number 1 says, Mr. Rajan is a citizen of India. The moment you see that an individual is citizen of India, you can at least conclude that he can be covered by exception. I don't say he is covered by exception, he can be covered by exception. Because for coming to exception, you have to fulfill all the parts. So right now we can say that yes, he is a citizen of India. He left India on 6th June 2017 for employment abroad. So my question to you is, do you believe that he is covered by exception? Do you believe he is covered by exception? So you have given the wrong conclusion. Why now? You are not applying that situation part by part. In exception, which individual is covered? Who was in India during the previous year? He is going outside India during the previous year. Those people who are living in India during the previous year 2021, they are covered in exception. Here he is not leaving India in 2021. He has already left India in the past. Are you understanding? So just looking at the first sentence, don't say that he is covered by the exception. Those people who are leaving India during the previous 2021 are covered by the exception. He has already left India. Have you understood this point? The examiner will draft a question in such a manner wherein just reading at the first sentence will give some conclusion that would be the wrong answer. You should read the question carefully. That is the reason I told you, apply everything part by part. Don't apply the entire sentence. If you apply the entire sentence just by looking at employment abroad word, you will give the conclusion. So first of all, you should check whether he is a citizen of India. Yes. Then you should check at the beginning of the previous 2021 was in India. Then you should check the third part. Is he moving outside India during the previous 2021? If yes, then the fourth part. Is he going outside India for the purpose of employment or not? So you apply part by part, then only you will get the correct answer. Otherwise, you will give a wrong answer. Examiners will draft the questions in such a manner that if you don't apply the entire situation part by part, if you read the entire sentence and apply, you will definitely get the wrong conclusion. Simple questions like the way they ask the question in the BCom examinations, such kind of simple questions would not appear in the CA intermediate examination. You have to apply your mind. Shall I proceed? Okay. Next sentence says that prior to this date, he was always in India. Prior to this date, he was always in India means what? Prior to 6th June 2017, he was always in India. Means prior to 6th June 17, he might be in India for the entire year. He might be in India for the entire year, meaning thereby, if this individual becomes resident, he will definitely become resident and ordinary resident because he will fulfill both the conditions of 6.6. He will be resident easily for 2 years out of 10 years, and his stay in India would be 730 days or more very easily because he was always in India prior to 6th June 17. So if he becomes resident, definitely he is going to become resident and ordinary resident. Is that very, very clear? Okay. Next part of the sentence, the next sentence says that during the previous year 1819 and 1920, he visited India for 145 days and 165 days respectively. So they are not talking about the current year, they are talking about the last 2 years. Last 2 years he visited India for 145 days and 165 days respectively, meaning thereby during those last 2 years he was covered by exception. Whether he was covered by exception in the past year or not, we are not concerned with that. We are concerned with whether he is covered by the exception in the current year or not. So just looking at this sentence also, you can't conclude that he is covered by exception. Are you understanding this very clearly? The last sentence says, in the previous year 2021, he came to India on 7th April 20 and he left India on 30th November 20. So can I say he came to India during the relevant previous year 2021 for the purpose of visit? So question 1, part 1, is he an Indian citizen? Yes. Was he outside India at the beginning of the year? Yes. Did he come to India in the previous year 2021? Yes. Did he come to India for the purpose of visit? Yes. So can I say he is covered by the third situation in the exception? So it's basically covered by point number B. Yes or no? So what is the conclusion? Second condition is not applicable to him. Only the first condition. Yes or no? Okay. Now what we need to do? We need to decide. We need to ascertain his number of days stay in India. We need to decide his number of days stay in India. So my question to you is, he came to India on which date? 7th April. He left India on which date? 30th November 20. So my question is 7th April, the day on which he came to India, day of arrival in India, should that day be considered as part of stay in India or should that day be considered as part of stay outside India? So academically, for the practical problem solving purposes for the examination, we say that the day on which individual is arriving in India and the day on which he is leaving India, both days would be considered as part of stay in India, irrespective of whether he was in India on that day for 18 hours or 4 hours. It will not make any difference. Day of arrival, day of departure, both are considered as part of stay in India. Is that 100% clear? So we should take 7th April as well as 30th November, both days as part of stay in India. So we need to count the number of days stay. In the month of April, he came to India on which date? 7th. Up to the end of the April, he was in India. So can you tell me he was outside India for how many days? From 1st April to 6th April, he was outside India. So out of total number of 30 days in April, he was outside India for 6 days. In other words, he was in India for how many days? 24 days. He was in India for 24 days. Is that very clear? I am just discussing the question with you. Solution is given to you. You just calculate and give me the answers. Understand the question and give me the answers. See, writing in the examination is not a very big deal if you know the provisions. So understanding is very, very important rather than copying. So he was in India in the month of April for how many days? 24 days. Yes or no? He was in India in the month of May for entire month. That is how many days? 31 days. Pick up the calculators and take up the total. In April, he was in India for 24 days. In the month of May, he was in India for 31 days. Month of June, he was in India for 30 days. July, 31 days. August, 31 days. Do you know? July, August, both are 31 days. September, 30 days. October, 31 days. And November, 30 days. 30th November, he left India. So November also we should take the entire month. If I take the total of this stay, that would turn out to how many days? 238 days. 238 days means what can we conclude? He is fulfilling the first condition of section 6 subsection 1. So every one of you got that 238 days number. So our conclusion is he is fulfilling first condition of section 6 subsection 1. So he is resident in India. Now we need to ascertain whether this resident individual is ordinarily resident or not ordinarily resident. For that we need to look at which conditions given in section 6 subsection 6. 6 first condition says what? He should be resident for at least 2 years out of last 10 years. Do you believe that he would be resident for 2 years out of 10 years? Very easily, because prior to 6th June 2017, he was always in India. Yes or no? Second condition of 6.6 says what? He should be in India for 730 days or more in 7 years immediately prior to the previous year 2021. Do you believe that he will be in India for 730 days or more? Definitely yes, because prior to 6th July 2017, he was in India for the entire year. So 730 days or more condition will also be fulfilled very easily. So in that case, what is the final conclusion? He will be treated as resident and ordinary resident for the previous year 2021, corresponding assessment year 21-22. Is that very, very clear? Each one of you this side. Manoj, is that clear? Okay. So I have given you the format of the solution. You can just fill up the number of days stay here. This is which page number? Page number 31. Page number 31. Against April 2020, you will write how many days? In examination, you get such kind of format. What is it? See, examination, you can follow format. Your answer should be divided in 3 parts. Part 1 is provision. Whatever is the provision in 6166 that you have to reproduce. Part 2 is calculation of number of days stay. And part 3 is conclusion. Now, whether you write the number of days stay first or whether you write the provision first, it doesn't make a difference. So, if you write generally, we'll write the provision first and then we'll write the calculation of number of days stay. Finally, we will give the conclusion. Is that very clear? Other way around also, if you read that is okay. If you refer to the ICI module, they have written in any manner. Sometimes in some answers they have written the conditions first. In some answers they have written the stay in India. They have done the calculation of stay in India. In some answers they have not written the conditions at all. So there is no structured manner in which you should present the solution. But a solution ideally should be divided in three parts: provision, calculation, and conclusion. Is that very clear? Okay. So our calculation for stay during the previous year 2021 is, we have written the number each month. Against every month we have to write the number of days stay in India. April 2020, he was in India for how many days? 24 days. 24 days. How you got that? 30 days minus the 6 days you are outside India. So April 20 he was in India for 24 days. May 20 was in India for 31 days. June 30 days. July 31 days. August 31 days. September 30 days. October 31 days. And November 30 days. December he 30th November he already left India. So December his stay in India is 0. January 21, February 21, March 21 his stay in India is 0. So even if you don't write this month now, that is okay. Even if you don't write this month in the examination saying that in this month the stay is 0, even if you don't write that is okay. Is that very, very clear? Okay. So what we are concluding, Mr. Rajan has been in India for 182 days or more during the previous year 2021. Therefore, he would be considered as what? Resident in India. Then I am reproducing section 6, subsection 6, both the conditions. He should be resident for 2 years out of last 10 years, and he should be resident for his aggregate stay in the last 7 years should be 730 days or more. See, now listen to me very carefully. Generally, in the BCom examinations, they have a tendency to make very big solution. So what they will do in the BCom examination, they'll try to find out the stay and the residential stay for the last 10 years. They'll put 2 columns, year and number of days stay, and they'll write whether he was resident in that year or not. Such kind of lengthy calculations are not expected to be done in CA intermediate examination, because if at all this question is asked in the examination, it will be asked for maximum 3-4 marks. 3-4 marks question, you can't write a solution of 2.5-3 pages. So in this case, what we'll do, we'll write one sentence. Mr. Rajan left India on 6 June 17 for employment abroad. One sentence is given in the question, with the help of which we can conclude that he is fulfilling both the conditions of 6.6. What is that sentence in the question? Prior to this date, he was always in India. So prior to 6th June 2017, he was always in India. Just by referring to this sentence, we can definitely conclude that he will fulfill both the conditions of section 6, subsection 6. And finally, what will be the conclusion? Will be treated as resident and ordinary resident for the previous year 2021. That is the corresponding assessment year 21-22. Is that very clear? So question number 1 is done. I have given you some extra questions as part of homework, practical problems, do it yourself section. Question number 7, question number 8. This is not on residential status of individual. I am just telling you that this is you have to do it as part of homework. Let's move on to the second question, question number 2. Now you refer this question number 2 on your own and give me the answer. I am expecting you to give me answer in parts. Number 1, I need what is the number of days stay in India during 2021? Okay. Let me read the question for you. Mr. Prem is the chief executive officer of the company. He had undertaken foreign tours on various occasions for company's work. You tell me, he is going outside India for the purpose of employment, or he is going outside India during the course of employment? He is going outside India during the course of employment, meaning thereby section 6, subsection 1, both the conditions are applicable to him. He is not covered by the exception? Yes or no? He was out of India for 225 days. Please don't consider this 225 days as stay in India. This is stay outside India. We need to decide the residential status based on stay in India, not stay outside India. So if he was outside India for 225 days, he was in India for how many days? That you can find out. What is the total number of days in the previous year, 2021? What is the total number of days in a year? 365 days. Out of 365 days, he was outside India for 225 days. He was in India for how many days? 140 days. He was in India for 140 days. Can he fulfill the first condition? No, because first condition says that your stay in India should be 182 days or more. His stay is only 140 days. So he could not fulfill the first condition. So question number 2. Yes. Even if they ask, then definitely because of that sentence prior to this date, he was always in India, both the conditions would be fulfilled and he would be considered as resident and ordinary. Is that clear? That conclusion I also have written here, but it is not required. Calculation of number of days stay during the previous year 2021. Since he was out of India for how many days? 225 days. Stay in India equals to how much? 365 days minus 225 days, that is 140 days. Prior to this date, he was always in India. Prem is an individual employed with the company in India and is going abroad for company's work. It means he is leaving India during the course of employment and not for the purpose of employment. Is that very clear? Further it says, therefore, he will not be covered by exception contained in explanation 1 to section 6 subsection 1. He will be resident in India if he fulfills any one of the basic conditions. So can I say he is fulfilling the second condition? So what is the conclusion? He is resident in India. And prior to this date, he was always in India. So he will definitely fulfill both the conditions of section 6, subsection 6. So our final conclusion is what? He is resident and ordinary resident. But we should answer the question with the examiner's answers. So we will say that he is not justified in filing his return in the status of a non-resident. Is that very, very clear? Say yes or no. Prem will be treated as resident in India for the assessment year 2021-22 as per section 6 subsection 1 clause B. That is the second condition. Prior to previous year 2021, he was always in India. Therefore, he satisfies the additional condition of 6.6. Conclusion is he is resident and ordinarily resident in India for the assessment year 21-22. Therefore, he is not justified in filing his income tax return in the status of non-resident. Is that very, very clear? This chapter I have given you the solution in the textbook in a printed form because generally these residential status questions are not asked in the examination. If I go on dictating the solution and if you go on writing, syllabus is not going to get complete. Generally, this would happen. I've inserted multiple questions, more number of questions. To ascertain is stay in India. We need to ascertain is stay in India. Was he in India in the month of April 2020? Yes. We are calculating what? Stay in India during the previous year 2021. So he was in India in the month of April 24. How many days? April 20, how many days? He left India on which date? 16 July 20. So in the month of April 2020, where he was? He was in India. How many days? 30 days. Yes or no? Oh, is it very clear? This side, please respond. Second last bench, madam. Are you understanding? He was in India for how many days in the month of April 20? 30 days. Is that very clear? Okay. May 20, 31 days. June 20, 30 days. July 20, 16 days. What is the total stay? 107 days. 107 days from 1st April 2020 to 16th of July 2020 when he left for USA. He was in India for 107 days. Can he fulfill the first condition? Whether the second condition is applicable to him? Yes. Second condition, part A, is he fulfilling? Yes, because he was in India for 107 days, which is more than 60 days. And for the last 4 years, he was always in India since 2001. So last 4 years, he was in India for the entire year. If you take up the aggregate stay of the last 4 years, definitely he was in India for 365 days or more. So what is the conclusion? He is resident in India by fulfilling which condition? Second condition. Is that very clear? You just reproduce the provision here. Then you reproduce explanation to section 6 subsection 1. This is what? Exception to the second condition. Point A and point B reproduce here. An Indian citizen or an Indian citizen who being in India goes outside India either for the purpose of employment outside India or as a crew member of Indian ships. This is first exception. Second exception, any person who is an Indian citizen or he is a person of Indian origin who is outside India comes to India during the relevant previous year 2021 for the purpose of visit to India. Is that very clear? So once you have reproduced this, then you can do the calculation of number of days stay. Before that, you can write that he is an individual citizen of America but a person of Indian origin. Do you want me to read this entire thing or you understood? So can you calculate this stay? It is how much total stay? What was the total stay? Last 4 years. And what is the stay in the current year? 107 days. So you can put the numbers here. So we have completed question number 1, 2 and 3. Question number 4 is slightly different as compared to question number 1, 2 and 3. For this we need to understand one more provision. There is a special provision for this. So I move on to explanation 2 to section 6 subsection 1. In your book it is page number 18. Page number 18. Explanation 2 to section 6 subsection 1. Do you remember that we have completed the first explanation? First explanation means nothing but exceptions. Second explanation to section 6 subsection 1 talks about which situation. Listen to me very carefully. Don't read that. Listen to me. Second explanation to section 6 subsection 1 is applicable when an individual is working as a crew member of Indian ship. When an individual is working as a crew member of Indian ship, how do you ascertain his number of days stay in India? For that purpose, government has inserted explanation 2 to section 6 subsection 1. So explanation 2 will be applicable only if that individual is working as a crew member of the ship. Is that very clear? Okay. Now, listen to me very carefully. Whenever any person is working as a crew member of Indian ship, he'll be given a small diary. The custom department will give him a small diary. That diary is called as continuous discharge certificate. See, all the people who are moving outside India or coming back to India, they'll be having a passport. In that passport, we'll put the stamp and date that yes, he has entered in India on this date at so and so time. So similarly, people working on a ship, they'll be given a diary. That diary is called as continuous discharge certificate. It is called as what? Continuous discharge certificate. In that diary, his day of arrival in India and his day of departure from India will be stamped. On which date that person has left India, on which date that person has entered India, the date and time will be mentioned in the diary. The date and time will be mentioned in that continuous discharge certificate. So it is similar to passport only, but it is issued under the merchant shipping rules. So it is issued only to those people who are working as a crew member of the ship. Now the point is, for these people who are working as a crew member of Indian ship, when they will go out, when they will leave India, the day on which that ship is leaving India, along with the ship, they will also go outside India. And which one will be the day of arrival for them? The day on which the ship is coming back to India, that will be the day of arrival. So, in case of these special individuals who are working as a crew member of Indian ship, government says the period starting from the day of departure the date which is entered on the continuous discharge certificate as the day of departure. Period starting from that date till the day on which he has arrived in India. This period should be excluded. This period should be excluded, means this period should not be taken into account while ascertaining your stay in India. Have you understood what I am trying to explain? Yes or no? So, you just refer to this table. It says that period commencing from means period starting from date entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of joining the ship. The day on which that individual has joined the ship, so that ship can go outside India. That the date of joining the ship. First date is date of joining the ship. Once the ship comes back to India, that individual will sign off from the ship and will go home. See, when the ship is going outside India, that ship will come back to India after 2-3 months. The voyage will be very lengthier period. So, ship will come back to India after 2-3 months. So, when that individual who is working on a ship comes back to India, he will take leave for few days. So, when the ship comes back to India, he will leave the ship and he will go home and enjoy the holiday. So, the day on which he enters India, that day is called as date of sign off from the ship. Instead of the word date of arrival, we are using the word date of sign off from the ship. Same thing, they have used the different words. So we are having two dates. Number one date is date of joining the ship, and the other date is date of sign off from the ship. The period starting from the date of joining and period ending on the date of sign off, this period should be excluded from stay in India. This period should be excluded from stay in India. Have you understood this? So my question to you is, do you believe that, do you understand that this provision is slightly different to the earlier provisions which we have discussed? What is the difference? What is the difference here in this provision as compared to what we have discussed in 6.1 and 6.6? There, in the earlier provisions, the day on which the person enters India, that is the day of arrival, and the day on which the person leaves India, day of departure, both were considered as part of stay in India. But in this case, the day of arrival and day of departure is considered as part of stay outside India. And we are also not using the word day of arrival and day of departure. We are using the word date entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of joining the ship. Starting from that date, ending on the date entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of sign off from the ship. This entire period will be excluded. In other words, the day of arrival, day of departure would be considered as part of stay outside India. Are you understanding this very clearly? They have used the technical words here. So I am reading this explanation. First of all, have you understood this provision very clearly? So this period should be excluded from stay in India, or it should be excluded? It should be included in stay in India. This period should be excluded. So explanation 2 to section 6 subsection 1 says, in case of an individual who is a citizen of India, underline this word, it should be a citizen of India. In case of an individual who is a citizen of India and is a crew member of a foreign bound ship leaving India. Foreign bound ship leaving India means the starting point of journey is India and ending point of journey is outside India. Or other way around is also possible. The ship is starting the journey in some other country and it is ending the journey in India. In other words, ship is going into international waters. In that case, we say that it is a foreign bound ship. It is a foreign bound ship leaving India. In that case, the period of stay in India in respect of this eligible voyage shall exclude the following period. Following period shall be excluded. period starting from the date entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of joining the ship, and period ending as entered in the continuous discharge certificate in respect of sign off from the ship. This period should be excluded. Is that very, very clear? Now this paragraph says that continuous discharge certificate means a certificate issued as per the merchant shipping rules. What do you mean by eligible voyage? Eligible voyage means when the journey is starting from any Indian port, the starting point of journey is Indian port and the ending point of journey is port outside India, or other way around, the starting point of journey is any port outside India and the ending point of journey is any port in India. Basically, I told you that ship is going into international waters. This simple thing, they have complicated. They have used the difficult words here. Eligible voyage means a voyage undertaken by a ship engaged in carriage of either passengers or freight. So ship is either carrying passengers or freight. Freight means they are carrying goods, etc. And ship is going in international traffic where for the voyage having originated from any port in India. Voyage having originated from any port in India means the starting point of journey is India and the destination, it's having its destination as outside. Or other way around is also possible. Voyage is having been originated from any port outside India and it is having destination in India. Is that very, very clear? So in the case of these special individuals, what is the important point to be kept in mind? The day of arrival and day of departure would be considered as part of stay outside India. Is that very clear? Yes. Correct. Ship would take at least 3-4 months time to come back. In that case, his stay is outside India. Non-necessary, definitely not necessary. Is that very clear? In this notes, I have taken one of the practical question on this situation from the ICI module. Question number 4. Question number 4, refer to this question, decide the number of days stay and decide what is the conclusion. It's page number 29. Page number 29. If I give you time to read, you should read it quickly. Yeah? I can give you maximum to 2 minutes. Yes. What is this stay in India? 178 days. Anyone has got 179? 179. Are you considering the year as leap year? Previous year 2021 is not a leap year. February 2021, na? 28 days you should consider. Yes, shall we proceed? Okay. Let me read the question. Do you believe that he is covered by explanation 2? Do you believe that he is covered by explanation 2? Yes or no? Yes. Let us read the question. Mr. Anand is an Indian citizen. So if you are covered by explanation 2 only when you are a Indian citizen. So is an Indian citizen? Answer is yes. He is an Indian citizen and a member of crew of Singapore bound ship. Singapore bound ship means foreign bound ship. Engaged in carriage of passengers in international traffic, departing from Chennai port on 6th June 2020. From the following details for the previous year 2021, determine the residential status of Mr. Anand for the assessment year 21-22, assuming that his stay in India in the last 4 years prior to the previous year 2021 was 400 days and his stay in India in the last 7 years is 750 days. So they have just given the stay directly to you. Past stays are already directly given to you in the question. Date entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of joining the ship by Anand. So that date is nothing but day of departure. So 6th June 20 would be considered as what? Will it be considered a stay in India or will it be considered a stay outside India? It will be considered a stay outside India. Next point says date entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of sign off from the ship. The date of sign off is nothing but the day of arrival. That will also be considered as part of stay outside India, and the entire period between these two dates will also be considered as part of stay outside India. So what is given to you in the question is stay outside India, and you have to ascertain what is stay in India. Yes or no? Okay. So April 2020 he was in India for 30 days. April 2020 he was in India for 30 days, right? Okay. May 2020 he was in India for 31 days. 31 days. June he was in India for how many days? Only 5 days, because 6th of June should be considered as part of stay outside India. So June he was in India for 5 days. Are you understanding this side? July, August, September, October, November he was outside India. December he was outside India for how many days? 9 days. So in all in December there are how many days? 31 days. Out of 31 days he was outside India for 9 days. So he was in India for how many days? 22 days. So you add up 22 to that number. Then you take up January 2021, how many days? 31 days. February 21, 28 days. And March 21, 31 days. So what is the total? 178 days. So you might have done a mistake somewhere. So 178 days is this number of days stayed in India. Is it fulfilling the first condition? No. Whether the second condition is applicable to him? Not applicable. Why? Because he is an Indian citizen going outside India as a crew member of Indian ship. Is that very clear? First condition is applicable to him, but he is not fulfilling the first condition. Second condition is not applicable. Second condition is not applicable. First condition is not fulfilled. So what is the conclusion? He is non-resident in India. He is non-resident in India. Have you understood very clearly? This I have copied from the ICR module. Let us do the fill in the blanks here. In this case, see, these things you can write in your own words, but certain words should appear in the examination in your answer. In this case, the voyage is undertaken by an Indian ship engaged in the carriage of passengers in international traffic originating from a port in India. Instead of writing the word starting from port in India, you should write the words originating from a port in India, that is Chennai port, and having its destination any port outside India, that is Singapore port. Hence, the voyage, the eligible voyage for the purpose of section 6 subsection 1. Therefore, the period starting from 6th June 20 and ending on 9th December 20 being the dates entered into the continuous discharge certificate in respect of joining the ship and sign off from the ship should be considered as part of stay outside India, should be excluded for completing the period of stay in India. Accordingly, how many days will be considered as part of stay outside India? See, there are two possibilities. We counted the stay in India first, and based on that, we gave the conclusion. But here in solution, what they have done, they have ascertained the stay outside India. Then, from total number of days in a year, they have deducted the stay outside India to arrive at the amount of stay in India. Anyway, you can present the answer in any of the approaches. So, I have discussed with you the approach of directly ascertaining the stay in India. Here we are presenting the approach of first of all ascertaining the stay outside India. So you should know both the approaches. Accordingly, how many days would be considered as part of stay outside India? So this time we have to calculate period from which date to which date? 6th June to 9th December. Yes or no? So for the month of June he was outside India for how many days? He was outside India for how many days? 25 days. 25 days. From 1st June to 5th June, he was in India, yes or no? So he was outside India from 6th June to 30th June. June, he was outside India for 25 days. July, 31 days. August, 31 days. September, 30 days. October, 31 days. November, 30 days. And December, 9 days. So what is the total? 187 days is what? Stay outside India. So first of all, you write here, accordingly 187 days. Here you write 187 days. Accordingly, 187 days have to be excluded from a period of stay in India. Consequently, Mr. Anand's period of stay in India during the previous term 2021 would be how much? Dash minus dash. What minus what? 365 days minus 187 days. Will get you what? 178 days. Is that very clear? origin. They had their businesses outside India. They also had their businesses in India. So, what they used to do is, they used to intentionally plan their stay in India in such a manner that they would become non-resident in India. You are having business in India, you are also having business outside India. If you become resident, then your Indian income is also taxable, foreign income is also taxable. So these individuals were planning their stay in India in such a manner that they would become non-resident in India. What is the consequence if they become non-resident in India? Their scope of income will be narrow. Only Indian income would become taxable to them. Foreign income will not become taxable. Are you understanding? Specifically, I'll talk about Dubai. In Dubai, you don't have income tax. In Dubai, they don't charge income tax on an individual. So, for example, an individual is having his business in India as well as in Dubai. If he becomes resident in India, then what will happen? Whatever income is earned in India, he has to pay tax in India, and whatever income he has earned in Dubai also, on that also he has to pay tax in India. So what that person will do, he will plan his stay in India in such a manner that he would become non-resident. In other words, he will always be in India for less than 182 days. Because he is going outside India, he is having a business outside India, he is going outside India for the purpose of employment. The word employment doesn't include only the job. The word employment also includes the word self-employment. So if you are having business outside India and you are going outside India, in that case also we say that you are going outside India for the purpose of employment only. So second condition would not apply to you. Only the first condition would apply to you. And you will intentionally stay in India for less than 182 days. So in that case, what will happen? You will become non-resident. If you become non-resident, what will happen? Indian income would be taxed, but foreign income would not be taxed. So in Dubai, whatever income you have earned, Dubai government is anyway not charging income tax. Indian government is also not getting the tax. So you are not paying tax in any of the countries. So government grabbed this opportunity to levy tax in the hands of, or levy tax on the income of these people. For them, government has come out with a special provision. Have you understood this? So now let us read this provision. Now government has made a provision only for those people. Listen to me very carefully. Government has made a provision only for those people whose Indian income is more than 15 lakhs. Government has made provision for whom? Only for those individuals whose Indian income earned in India is more than 15 lakhs. So if your Indian income is less than 15 lakhs, then the new amendment which has come is not applicable in your case. You have to decide the residential status without applying this amendment. Is that very clear? Now let's want to read this. An Indian citizen, so person should be an Indian citizen or a person who is a person of Indian origin. So underline the words or circle the words. Number one, Indian citizen. Number two, person of Indian origin. Having total income other than income from foreign sources. What do you mean by other than income from foreign sources? Indian income. So you can circle that words other than income from foreign sources, and there you can write means Indian income. Total income other than income from foreign sources. You can circle that and you can write the meaning there. It is nothing but Indian income. So their Indian income is exceeding 15 lakhs during the previous year. Which previous year? 2021. These people will be treated as resident in India if their stay in India during the relevant previous year is 182 days or more. That is the same condition. There is no change. But the second condition was what? In 6.1, what was the second condition? His stay in India is 60 days or more in the current year, and 365 days or more in the last 4 years. There, government has inserted the condition saying that their stay in India is 120 days or more during the previous year 2021 and 365 days or more in last 4 years. So this part is actually this entire paragraph is newly inserted, but this only the second part is true. The first condition is as it is. There is no change. So these people were doing what? These people were intentionally staying outside India to ensure that they are non-resident in India. So basically they used to do what? They used to stay in India for less than 180 days. They used to stay around say 178 days intentionally. So they will not be covered by the first condition now. For them, government has now inserted the second one. Now government says, in the current year, previous year 2021, if your stay is how much? 120 days or more, along with that 365 days or more in the last 4 years, aggregate. In that case, we say that you will be considered as resident in India, but this provision is applicable in case of which individuals whose Indian income is more than 15 lakhs. What if your Indian income is less than equal to 15 lakhs? Then this provision will not apply. Then second condition would be what? 60 days or more plus 365 days or more. Have you understood this very clearly? So this provision is made to catch hold of those people who are intentionally staying in India slightly less than 182 days, and thereby they were becoming non-resident and their foreign income was not being taxed in India. Whether you are covered by point A, B or C, that has to be decided only based on one parameter. What is that parameter? Your Indian income. If your Indian income is more than 15 lakhs, you are covered by point number C. What if your Indian income is not more than 15 lakhs? Then you can be covered by point number A and B also. Yes or no? This new provision is made only for those people whose Indian income is exceeding 15 lakhs. So that Indian income is a determining factor. If your Indian income is less than 15 lakhs, you are not covered by point number C. Can you be covered by A and B? Yes. If you fulfill all the 4 parts, you can be covered by point number A and B. Yes, is that very clear? Do you have any other confusion? Shall I proceed? So this point number C is a budget 2020 amendment. There are brighter chances that the examiner would ask you a question based on this one. So what is the determining factor whether you are covered by point C or not? Your Indian income. But not only Indian income. First of all, you should be either an Indian citizen or a person of Indian origin also. And your Indian income should be more than 15 lakhs. Now we move on to page number 19, point number 2. Page number 19, point number 2. This is also an amendment. What it says? An Indian citizen or a person of Indian origin who being outside India comes on a visit to India during the previous year having total income other than income from foreign sources. What do you mean by other than income from foreign sources? Indian income. So we are talking about a person who is either an Indian citizen or he is a person of Indian origin and his total income, his Indian income is more than 15 lakhs. So we are talking about the same situation which we discussed right now, correct? Okay. See, we need to decide that if he becomes resident, will he be considered as ordinary or not ordinary? That we have to decide. For that, government has inserted this point. So government says here, if you are an Indian citizen or you are a person of Indian origin and your Indian income is how much? More than 15 lakhs. In that case, you will be considered as resident if your stay is how much? 120 days or more, but less than 182 days. Correct? Means, can I say whatever we have discussed right now only, that same situation is covered here?
And same situation is covered here, and we are saying that this person will be treated as resident but not ordinary resident. In other words, to this individual, you don't apply the two conditions of section 6 subsection 6. He will be directly treated as resident but not ordinary resident. In other words, he can never become resident and ordinary resident. Have you understood this? So section 6 subsection 6 is not applicable in this case. Is that very clear? So I am giving a one line conclusion of whatever we have discussed in the nature of amendments. Number one, a person is an Indian citizen or is a person of Indian origin. His Indian income is more than 15 lakhs. He would be treated as resident in India if his stay in India during the previous year 2021 is how much? 120 days or more, but less than 182. Because if his stay is 182 days or more, anyway he will fulfill the first condition and become resident. So in the previous year 2021, his stay is 120 days or more, but less than 182, and his aggregate stay in the last 4 years is 365 days or more, he will be considered as resident in India. And such a resident person, such a person would always be considered as resident but not ordinary resident. He can never become resident and ordinary resident. So section 6 subsection 6, two conditions are not applicable to him. Is that very clear? 100%? Okay. Now let's move on to the last point. This is also an amendment. Point number 3 is also an amendment. I will explain you this point and then we'll read this. This point is applicable to those people who are Indian citizens. They should be Indian citizen. The word person of Indian origin is not appearing here. Only the word Indian citizen is appearing here. So government said that any person who is an Indian citizen, he is earning income and his income is not taxed by any other country. A person is an Indian citizen, he has earned some income, but that income is not taxed by any other country in the world. Then we will tax that income. Means, if no one else is charging the tax, we will make you resident of this country and we will levy tax on your income. So what government has done, those people who are Indian citizens, who were residing in some other countries, see, there are certain countries in the world wherein there is no income tax. There are around 8 to 10 countries in the world where there is no income tax. So there are Indian citizens residing there. So we say that government has caught hold of which people who are Indian citizens, who are outside India, they have earned income, but no other country is charging tax on that income. In that case, we will make them resident and we will say that your income is taxable in India. We will not even look at his stay in India. Even if he stay in India is only 10 days, he will be considered as resident. So, irrespective of his stay in India, we will say that he is resident in India. And that person would be considered as resident but not ordinary resident. He will never become resident and ordinary resident. He will always be resident but not ordinary resident. Have you understood this? So this page number 17 is over. Page number 18 is over. Page number 19 is over. Indian citizen who is deemed to be resident in India because of newly inserted section 6, subsection 1A. Section 6, subsection 1A talks about which individual who is an Indian citizen, he has earned income, but tax is not levied on his income in any other country. That person will be considered as resident of India. Which type of resident? Resident but not ordinary resident. With this, our concept of residential status with respect to individual comes to an end. We'll just read this few important points. This I've already explained you, but still we'll read it once. The employment word also includes self-employment. So a person going outside India for a job or for his business, he will be considered to be going outside India for the purpose of employment. So second condition would not be applicable to him. Is that very clear? Next point is, if you want to become resident in India, if your stay in India is 182 days or more, we say that you are resident in India. Question is that 182 days or more should be a continuous stay or it can be a discontinuous stay. It can be a discontinuous stay. You came to India, you stayed here for 50 days, you went back outside India. Once again, after a few months, you came back to India, you stayed here for 50 days. So what you have to do? You have to take up the aggregate stay. Your stay can be discontinuous. Is it necessary that your stay should be in one city only? It can be at any place in India. So your stay can be discontinuous also. Your stay can be in different cities also. So it is not necessary that the stay should be for a continuous period of 182 days or continuous period of 60 days, whatever is applicable. It is also not necessary that stay should be at one place. Purpose of stay is immaterial. When an Indian citizen comes to India for the purpose of visit, his purpose of stay is not relevant. He may come to India for meeting his parents or for getting married or for maybe for any other reason. That purpose is not relevant. Point number E says, generally in computing period of stay in India, the day person enters India and the day person leaves India, both are considered as part of stay in India. So in simple language, day of arrival and day of departure would be considered as stay in India. But in case of a Indian citizen working as a crew member of Indian ship, day of arrival, day of departure would be considered as part of stay outside India. Last condition says, this point number F explains you the difference between a person going outside India for the purpose of employment and person going outside India during the course of employment. Is that very clear? If you are already employed in India, you are going outside India during the course of employment, then you are not covered by the exception. Both the conditions of 6.1 are applicable to you. Yes, is that very, very clear? So with this residential status of individual, this part is over along with all the amendments. Yes, tell me. We'll have a break at what time? 11 o'clock. No? Today, a lot of time has got wasted because of this change of. Okay. Yes, shall we proceed? See, this residential status of individual was only time consuming. Remaining part is within maximum 30-35 minutes. We will be completing residential status of HUF company and other persons. Yes, shall I proceed? Yes or no? Sit straight. I will explain you residential status of individual from this flow chart only. Section 6 subsection 2 is converted into a flow chart, very small flow chart. My question to you is, can we keep a criteria of stay in India for ascertaining the residential status of HUF? What is HUF? HUF is nothing but a family consisting of a lot of members. Can you keep the same criteria that if HUF is residing in India? No, it is impossible. Therefore, government has thought of some other criteria for determining the residential status of HUF. You can't find out the stay in India for each and every individual member of the family and find out the average stay. That is not possible. So government says for ascertaining the residential status of HUF, the criteria is something different. Criteria is not stay in India. What is the criteria? Criteria is control and management of affairs of HUF. Criteria is control and management of affairs of HUF. Listen to me very carefully. HUF is a natural person or artificial person? Artificial person. Generally, HUF will have income under which head? Will they have income from salaries? HUF will generally have income under the head business profession. So there might be some family business. HUF is doing that family business. From that they are earning income that would be taxable under that PGBP. When you do any business, there might be some person who is taking all the business decisions. There might be some person who is taking all the business decisions when it comes to the business of HUF. Generally, who would be the person who would be taking all the business decisions? Generally, he would be Karta. But is it necessary that only Karta will take all the business decisions? Of HUF, and Karta is situated call or maybe by having an online meeting. In that case, we say that business is managed from outside India. So what is the criteria for determining the residential status of HUF is control and management of affairs of business of HUF. You need to identify two things: who is controlling the business and from which place he is controlling the business. Is that very clear? If he is controlling business from India throughout the year, then we say that control is 100% in India, wholly in India. And if he is controlling the business from any other country outside India throughout the year, then we say that control is 100% outside India. And the last possibility is, if Karta is managing the business, for part of the year he was in India and part of the year he was outside India, then we say that business is managed partly from India and partly from outside India. Have you understood this? But in certain situations and certain circumstances, even multiple people may manage the business of HUF. For example, Karta is also managing the business of HUF, and some other person who is a manager, who is not even a family member, is also managing the business of HUF. In that case, there are two persons managing the business of HUF. Say for example, one person is in India for the entire year, the other person is outside India for the entire year. In that case, once again we will say that control is partly in India, partly outside India. So when we say partly in India, partly outside India, it would cover precisely it would cover two situations. Situation one, when the business is managed by a single person, he was in India for few days and he was outside India for few days. And the second situation, business is managed by two persons. One was in India for the entire year, the other one was outside India for entire year. In both these situations, we say that business is controlled partly from India and partly from outside India. Is that very clear? So factor number one in deciding the residential status of HUF is control and management. Control and management means who is taking the business decisions and where he is physically situated. Here we say that if the control and management of the affairs of HUF is situated wholly outside India, in that case HUF will be treated as non-resident. On the other hand, if the control and management of the affairs of HUF is either situated wholly in India or situated partly in India, partly outside India, in that case HUF would be considered as resident. So in one line, what we can conclude? The determining factor for residential status of HUF is what? Control and management. Is that very clear? Once the HUF is non-resident, the story is over. But if the HUF is resident, we need to ascertain that whether that resident HUF is ordinarily resident or not ordinarily resident. For deciding that, what you have to check whether the Karta of HUF, the word Karta will also include the manager, whether the Karta of HUF or the manager of HUF fulfills the conditions given in section 6 subsection 6 or not. What is section 6 subsection 6? You should be resident for 2 years out of 10 years. He should be in India for 730 days or more. These two conditions you are required to check for whom? Not for every member of family, either for Karta or for manager. If the Karta or the manager fulfills both the conditions of section 6 subsection 6, in that case HUF would be considered as resident and ordinarily resident. On the other hand, we say that if Karta or the manager, if he doesn't fulfill section 6 subsection 6 conditions, then HUF would be treated as resident but not ordinarily resident. Yes, have you understood very clearly? So I'll ask you a question on this. Based on that, I'll understand what you have understood. Previous year is 2021. Previous year is 2021. In previous year 2021, HUF is ordinarily resident in India. In previous year 2021, HUF is ordinarily resident in India. In same previous year 2021, Karta of HUF is non-resident in India. Is it possible? Both things at the same time? Under what circumstance? Okay, for example, no manager is appointed. Only Karta is managing the business. Karta is non-resident for the previous year 2021. and HUF is considered as resident and ordinary resident for the year 2021. Is that possible? Is that possible? Have you understood the question first of all? Is it possible or not possible? So everyone, if you are giving the same answer, unanimous answer it is. So everyone will score 0 then. If you recollect, in that control, partly in India, partly outside India, I told you two situations. When we can say that the affairs of HUF are controlled partly from India and partly from outside India, there are two situations. Situation 1, Karta is the only person managing the business. He was in India for a few days and he was outside India for a few days. In that case, control is partly in India, partly outside India. And second situation was, Karta along with the manager is managing the business. Karta was say outside India for the entire year and manager was in India for the entire year. In that case, we can say that control is partly in India, partly outside India. Now, for example, Manoj is the Karta of the HUF, Karta of Manoj HUF. No one else is managing the business. Manoj left India on 5th of April 2020. And then he never came back to India up to the end of the year. So what would be the stay of Manoj in the previous year 2021? Only 5 days. So what would be his personal residential status? Non-resident, because neither he is fulfilling the first condition of 6.1 nor the second condition. So he will become non-resident. But during those 5 days when he was in India, he managed the business of HUF from India only. That partly in India, partly outside India, no, that proportion is not relevant. That proportion can be 90-10 also or 10-90 also. That is not relevant. So, he was in India for those 5 days. During those 5 days, he managed the affairs of HUF from India. So, in that case, what we will conclude? The affairs of HUF is controlled partly from India and partly from outside India. So what would be the residential status of HUF in that case? Definitely HUF would become resident in India. So Manoj personally himself has become non-resident, but HUF has become resident. And this resident HUF would be treated as ordinary resident if Manoj fulfills both the conditions of section 6 subsection 6. And now if I say you that Manoj went outside India in this year on say 6th of April or 5th of April for the first time in his life. He went outside India for first time in his life, meaning thereby in past he was always in India. In other words, even though personally he is non-resident, he is able to fulfill the conditions given in section 6 subsection 6 because in past he was always in India. He was resident for at least 2 years out of last 10 years and he stayed in India for 730 days or more in last 7 years. So HUF would be treated as resident and ordinary resident. Have you understood this? So conclusion is what? Karta is non-resident, but HUF is resident and ordinary resident. In the same previous year, this is possible. Have you understood this very clearly? Manoj, you are having any doubt? Now we move on to this section 6 subsection 3. Section 6 subsection 3, very small it is. Residential status of company. Residential status of company. Residential status of company is primarily decided based on registration of company. Is primarily decided based on what? Based on registration of company, where the company is registered. If the company is registered in India, it is which company? Indian company. Indian company will always be resident in India. It will always be resident in India. in the examination, intentionally examiner would create a question when it will say that X Limited is registered in India, all its directors are residing outside India. Entire board of directors team is residing outside India, shareholders are also residing outside India. 100% directors are non-resident, 100% shareholders are non-resident, and this company is having business also outside India. So nothing is in India. So what is the conclusion? Still they will become resident in India because it is a company registered in India. Indian company is always treated as resident throughout its life. So if this company wants to become resident, there is no way out. This company will always be considered as resident in India till the time of its liquidation. So once you form the company in India, that company is an Indian company, that company will be considered as a resident company till the time of its liquidation. Another possibility is company is registered outside India. When a company is registered outside India, it is considered as a which company? Foreign company. In case of foreign company, we decide the residential status based on a criteria called as place of effective management. See, before 4-5 years, instead of place of effective management, here, instead of place of, are you listening to me? I am talking about which company? Foreign company. Foreign company's residential status is decided based on what? Based on place of effective management. I am not explaining what is place of effective management. I am saying you that just before 4-5 years, instead of place of effective management, here also the word control and management were appearing. So just before 3-4 years, government has removed those words control and management, and the government has inserted the words place of effective management. Now my question to you is, in case of company, who will control and manage the business? Who will control and manage the business? Board of directors will control and manage the business. So what used to happen is, there were a few foreign companies whose entire business was situated in India. Most of the employees were situated in India. Most of the directors were situated in India. Business was also in India, but they used to intentionally do their board meetings outside India. If they do their all board meetings outside India, what would be the conclusion? Control and management is outside India. They would become non-resident. Why everyone would like to become non-resident? Because the scope of income will be narrower, income will be less, tax liability would be less. So government came to know about this, that foreign companies are planning their residential status by holding their all board meetings outside India. So what government did? Government removed the criteria of control and management. In place of that, government has now inserted the criteria of place of effective management. Now the question is, what is the difference between control and management and place of effective management? I will not get into those very much detailed manner. I will not explain you. This place of effective management, how do we decide? There is a notification issued by CBDT. 3 notifications are issued. This will be discussed with you at CA final level. But I am telling you, just to understand what is the difference between control and management and place of effective management, I am telling you few points. The concept of control and management was very narrow in scope, because the decision was taken based on only one factor, where the board of directors meetings are held. But the concept of place of effective management is much wider in scope, because it don't take into account only one factor. It is taking into account multiple factors. Factor number 1 is where the board of directors meeting are held. Factor number 2 is, out of total number of employees, how many employees are situated in India? If more than 50% of the employees are situated in India, we say that place of effective management is in India. Or, for example, if you pick up the balance sheet of the company, in the balance sheet of the company, total assets are worth, say, 1,000 crores. Out of 1,000 crores, more than 50% assets, that is more than 500 crores worth of assets are situated in India. Then also we'll say that place of effective management is in India. In other words, place of effective management concept is wider in scope. It takes into account where the board of directors meetings are held, where majority employees are residing, where the company is getting majority of its business, where majority of the assets are situated, where the individual directors are residing. All these factors are taken into account. So it is not a single factor, it is a bunch of multiple factors which are taken into account for deciding the place of effective management. But all these things you are not expected to write in the examination because it is not covered at intermediate level in the module. We have a definition of place of effective management here, which says that place of effective management means a place where key management and commercial decisions, this word should appear in the examination in your answer, otherwise you will not get a marks. Where key management and commercial decisions that are necessary for the conduct of the business are made. So which are the important words here? Key management and commercial decisions. So place where the key management and commercial decisions are taken, that at that place we say that place of effective management is situated. So the conclusion can be derived into one sentence. If the place of effective management is in India, key management and commercial decisions are taken in India, then the place of effective management is in India. If the key management and commercial decisions are taken outside India, then the place of effective management is outside. If the place of effective management is in India, company is resident. If the place of effective management is outside India, company is treated as non-resident. Is that very, very clear? See, I told you multiple factors. Please, if at all the question is asked in the examination, don't write those because they are not part of your intermediate module. You are required to just reproduce this definition of place of effective management. That's all. Now we move on to the last part, that is section 6 subsection 4. Once we complete this, the first part of the chapter, residential status, would come to an end. Section 6 subsection 4, residential status of every other person. What do you mean by every other person? Number 1, firm. Number 2, AOP and BOI. Number 3, local authority. And number 4, artificial juridical person. For all these 4 category of persons, the rules for determining the residential status are same. And this we have already discussed in residential status of HUF. The criteria for determining the residential status of other persons is control and management. If the control and management is either wholly in India or partly in India, then these people will be considered as, this person will be considered as resident in India. On the other hand, if the control and management is situated wholly outside India, then these persons will be considered as non-resident. Can I say this is entirely copied from residential status of HUF? What is the difference then? They would have merged this provision also there only. What is the difference? In case of HUF, we have that part of ordinary and not ordinary. Here there is nothing like ordinary, not ordinary. Once the firm becomes resident, you should consider that they are ordinary only. So their residential status is not further divided into ordinarily resident and not ordinarily resident. Is that very, very clear? So we have completed residential status of all the persons. Section 6.1, 6.1a, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4 and 6.6. Is that very clear? Yesterday, if you recollect, yesterday in that basic concept chapter, one important point we had left, not basic concept, this chapter only, E point on the first page itself. Point number E I did not discuss with you. Section 6 subsection 5, this point number 6 I did not discuss with you. I have a question on section 6, subsection 5. I'm just looking at whether I have inserted that question in the book or not. I have not inserted that question here. What I'll do, I'll give that question as a part of extra notes to you. I'll send you the explanation sheet. This one will be sent to you. For a better understanding, these notes will also be sent to you only for a reference. You should not take printout. Whenever you have a doubt, just refer to this. Your doubts will get resolved. You should not take the printout. Along with these notes, I will give you one extra question on residential status and on residential status of individual, which would cover up the provision of section 6 subsection 5. It would cover up the provision of section 6 subsection 5. I'll ask you one question before. Okay, one second. Huh? Yes. As agreed earlier, we'll have a break sharp at 11 o'clock. So I'm asking you one question. Based on that, I'll explain you the provision of section 6 subsection 5, and the practical question on section 6 subsection 5 will be given to you as part of extra notes. Now listen to me very, very carefully. For example, an individual, Mr. X, who is not an Indian citizen. Mr. X is an individual, not a Indian citizen. He came to India for the first time in his life on he came to India on 1st October 2020. He came to India on which day? 1st October 2020. On 15th of October 2020, he has joined an employment. So basically he has joined a job on 15th of October 2020. He worked with that particular employer for 2-3 months, and in the month of January 2021, he is taking permission from his employer saying that along with the job, in my extra time, I wanted to start my own business. So employer says, I don't have any objection. My office timing is 10 to 6. You should always be in the office from 10 to 6. After 6 and before 10, whatever you do, it is up to you. I don't have any objection. So taking the permission from his employer, he started his own business. When he started his own business, say for example, he started his own business on 15 January 2021. He started his own business. Now my question to you is whether this individual is resident in India or non-resident in India. You have to give the answer based on your calculation with respect to number of days along with the yes. You tell me what is his number of days stay in India? 180? 183. I want you to give me the answer in number of days stay first of all. Yes? 182 days. See, whenever I ask you a question, make it a point to understand that you will not get an answer within a span of 10-15 seconds. You should think a lot before giving the answer. If the question would have been so simple, I would not have asked you. He entered India on which date? On 1st October 2020, he came to India for the first time. He joined the employment on 15th of October and he started his own business on 15th of January. Now, if you recollect the definition of previous year, which I taught you in the earlier chapter, basic concept, previous year definition says, previous year means a financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. The definition is given in which section? Section 3. Just below section 3, what was taught to you was proviso to section 3. In case of setup of new business, in case of setup of new profession, in case of a new source of income coming into existence, your previous year will start on the date of setup of business, date of setup of profession, or the date on which the new source of income comes into existence, and that previous year will end with the said financial year. So forget about the number of days stay. First of all, you tell me his previous year will start on which date? Will it start on 1st of October? No. His previous year will start on 15th of October. His previous year will start on the date on which his employment, source of income has come into existence. And section 6 subsection 1 condition 1 says that you ascertain the stay in India only during the previous year. You ascertain the stay in India during the previous year. Here your previous year is starting on 15th of October. So from 1st of October to 14th of October, these 14 days, they are not part of your previous year. Are you understanding this? Have you clearly understood this? Now you tell me, if your previous year is from 15th October 2020 to 30th March 20, what would be the number of days stay from 15th October to 31st of March? October you are having total how many days? 31 days. Out of 31 days, you say that 14 days are stay outside India. Start from 15. So 31 minus 14 is how much? 17. Are you all understanding? So 17 days in the month of October, he was in India. November, how many days? 30 days. December, 31 days. January, 31 days. February, 28 days. And March, 31 days. What is the total? 168 days. Same concept, I am just changing the date. Instead of 1st October, I am making it 1st September. He came to India on which date? 1st of September. And he joined the employment on, say, 1st of October instead of 15th October. He joined the employment on 1st of October. In that case, what will be the number of days stay? 182. If I change the dates, then for employment, his stay would be from 1st October to 31st March, that is 182 days. In that case, what do you say? He is resident or non-resident? Resident. Now forget about the employment. His business income came into existence only on 15th of January 21. So for the purpose of business income, previous year would start on the date of setup of business. That is 15th of January. So you count the stay from 15th January 21 to 31st March 21. That would be how many days? 76 days. So what is the conclusion? If you just look at the business source of income, he would be treated as non-resident in India because his stay is less than 182 days. He came to India for the first time. So his past stay is 0. If you just look at the business source, his stay is less than 182 days. So he is non-resident. And if you look at the employment source, his stay is 182 days. So he is resident. Meaning thereby, out of two sources of income, for one source of income he becomes resident. For another source of income he becomes non-resident. What should we do in such a situation? To tackle this situation, government has inserted section 6 subsection 5. In section 6 subsection 5, government says, if you are resident for one source of income, you will be deemed to be resident for all other sources of income also. So here you are resident for the employment source, but non-resident for the business source. But you will be deemed to be resident even for the business source. As per which section? Section 6 subsection. Is that very clear? Now I do not know whether this was, whether you have learned this in past or not, whether it is forming part of the module or not. I have taught you section 6 subsection 5. So all these sections right from section 6.1 to 6.6 all are over. With this, our residential status part comes to an end. And after the break, we'll move on to what? We'll move on to scope of total income. And once we complete that, scope of total income is very small. The most important part of this chapter is section 9, income deemed to accrue or arise in India. So after the break, within a span of around 30 minutes, we'll complete what? Section 5, scope of total income. And then we'll move on to the most important discussion of the chapter, that is section 9, income deemed to accrue or arise in India. Yes, shall we begin? Before we move on to scope of total income, day before yesterday also I told you that for every chapter I will be providing you with the summary notes. So I will be discussing all the provisions from the detailed notes. You have to refer to the detailed notes only once. Thereafter, whenever you read any chapter, you have to refer only from the summary notes. Only if you feel that this topic needs to be done in much detail, or I need some example or like something, then only you should refer to the detailed notes. I am just, for the purpose of your comfort, I am just displaying a summary notes of residential status and scope of total income in front of you. This residential status, whatever we have discussed, it is summarized here in 2 pages. It is summarized here in 2 pages. This page number 1 is residential status of individual, and page number 2 is residential status of HUF, company and other persons. So day before examination, residential status, you should be in a position to revise within a maximum 6 minutes time. Maximum 6-7 minutes time, you should be in a position to revise the residential status part. Is that very clear? Now, see, do one thing. I will send these summary notes. You have a WhatsApp group of yours, right? Telegram group. Okay. I'll ask them to send you these summary notes right away in the Telegram group. Please listen to me. Don't talk between yourselves. So today I'll be asking them to send you these summary notes. I'll be sending you the summary notes of residential status and scope of total income. So as part of homework, what you are expected to do is refer the summary notes of residential status, page 1 and page 2. The page 1 residential status of individual is summarized in a very crisp manner. If you want, I will take 2 minutes to make you category of people are those individuals who are going outside India for the purpose of employment or as a crew member of Indian ship. To them, the first condition is applicable, second is not applicable, and 6 both conditions are applicable. Is that very clear? Okay. Second point, second category, any person who is a citizen of India or a person of Indian origin who lives outside India comes to India for the purpose of visit. This is summarized with, if you are covered by amendment, then what? If you are not covered by the amendment, then what? Both the situations are covered here. If your Indian income is more than 15 lakhs, then what? You will be considered as resident in India if your stay in India during the relevant previous year is how much? 122 days or more, along with 365 days in last 4 years. And in that case, 6 is not applicable. By default, you will be considered as resident but not ordinarily resident. Yes or no? Is that very clear? What if your income is less than or equal to 15 lakhs? Your Indian income is less than or equal to 15 lakhs, then the normal provisions are applicable to you. Normal provisions are applicable means 6.1 only the first condition is applicable, second is not applicable, and 6 both conditions are applicable. Is that very clear? Third point is third category, section 6 subsection 1a. Section 6 subsection 1a talks about a situation wherein if a person is citizen of India, his Indian income is more than 15 lakh, but his income is not liable to be taxed in any other country. His income is not liable to be taxed in any other country, then we will make that person as a resident of India, irrespective of his number of days stay in India. So even if that person is in India only for 15-20 days, he would be deemed to be resident. So what is the condition? He should be citizen of India. He is not liable to tax in any country or territory outside India by reason of his residence or by reason of his domicile. He is not liable to pay any tax in any other country. If his Indian income is more than 15 lakhs, he would be deemed to be resident in India, and definitely he would be deemed to be resident but not ordinary resident. Is that very clear? What if his Indian income is less than or equal to 15 lakhs? In that case, normal provisions are applicable. And the last one, category 4. Category 4 is residuary category. In that, normal provisions are applicable. 6.1 both the conditions, and 6.6 also both the conditions. So this entire residential status of individual is summarized here in 4 different categories. And this residential status of HUF, company, etc. Same to same flow chart I have summarized in 1 page. Now, before we move on to scope of total income, one student had called who is attending the lecture online. He did not understand this HUF part, Karta part. So I'm just revising this in a span of 1.5 minutes, and then we'll move on to scope of total income. I do not know. Today's day is not a good day for me. Actually, we lost around 60 minutes. Sometimes, generally it happens whenever I am outstation. If I don't get an opportunity to get my breakfast, I generally skip the breakfast. Because I am always tensed when I am on a stage. I am always tensed whether I will be in a position to complete the syllabus within the time allotted to me, because my return ticket of the flight is already booked. So if I am not in a position to complete the syllabus within that date, I don't have any other option than to extend the lecture timings. And extending the lecture timing is dangerous. I'm not of the opinion that I should extend the lecture timing. But if at all, after 5-7 days, if I feel that I will not be in a position to complete the syllabus, then only option left is to take the lectures from 7 to 2. Definitely break timings would also increase in that case, but that would happen. I don't want that to happen. Anyway, let's move on to this residential status of HUF. Will revise. HUF residential status is decided based on what? Based on control and management. Who can control and manage the business of HUF? Either the Karta or any other family member or any other person who is appointed to be as a manager of business of HUF. So it is not necessary that only Karta will manage the affairs of business of HUF. Even Karta can manage, even any other co-partner can manage, or any other person who is being appointed as a manager in the business can also manage the business. Here I divided the situation into two. Situation one, only Karta is managing the business. In that case, if Karta is in India for few days and Karta is outside India for few days, in that case we will conclude what? Control and management is in India for part of the year and outside India for part of the year. In that case, HUF will be treated as resident in India. Yes or no? Is that very, very clear? And the other situation we covered up was, Karta is managing the business. Besides Karta, even the manager is managing the business. Karta is outside India throughout the year, whereas manager is in India throughout the year. So in that case, we can say that one person is managing business from outside India, the other person is managing business from India. In that case also we conclude that control and management is partly in India, partly outside India. In that case, HUF will be considered as resident in India. Is that very clear? Those who are attending the lectures online, for their benefit, since they don't have the opportunity to ask the doubts, what I will do is, I'll ask Tarun sir to share my number with you, specifically for all those students who are attending the lectures online. If you have any doubt, you can drop me a WhatsApp message saying that I am from so and so batch, this is my doubt. So I'll be taking up in the next lecture, or maybe if I read the message, you have a separate WhatsApp group? Okay. So I'll ensure that I get myself added in that group so that your doubts can be resolved. Let's move on to scope of total income now. Scope of total income. Okay. We are on which page in your notes? Page number 22. Page number 22 is scope of total income. Now, scope of total income. Scope of total income. See, when you don't refer your textbook, same thing is appearing here on the screen. Shall we proceed? Please focus here. Scope of total income provisions are given in section 5. And this section 5 is reproduced here in front of you in the form of a table. Tabular presentation is given to you here, but the same tabular presentation is converted into a small flow chart here. So I will be explaining you the entire scope of total income part from this flow chart. Whenever you give the answer, you should imagine this flow chart in your mind and accordingly give the answer. It will be simpler for you. See, in this second part of the chapter, which is scope of total income, we are going to discuss which incomes are taxable in India to every person. Which incomes will be taxable in India. So second part of the chapter answers the question which all incomes are taxable in India. At the initial stage only I told you that incomes broadly we can divide in two parts: income earned in India, income earned outside India. Income earned in India is called as Indian income and income earned outside India is called as foreign income. Different countries in the world would make their tax laws based on different criteria. If a particular country makes a law saying that if you earn income from our country, we will levy tax, and if you earn income from any other country, we will not levy the tax. In such case, we say that country has developed its tax law based on residence rule, based on source rule. Wherever the source of income is situated, there we will levy the tax. In other words, if the source of your income is situated in our country, we will levy the tax. If the source of your income is not situated in our country, then we will not levy the tax. If such is the rule in any particular country, then we say that country has developed its tax law based on source rule. The another possibility is a country, a particular country can make a rule saying that forget about where you have earned the income. We will not tax the income based on where you have earned the income. We will tax the income based on your residential status. If you are resident in this country, your all income will become taxable in this country only. And if you are non-resident, we will not levy any tax in this country. If such is the rule of any country, then we can say that that particular country has developed its tax law based on the residence rule. So they are taxing the income based on residential status. So there are two criteria based on which your tax laws can be developed. So the question is, Indian government under the Income Tax Act 1961 has developed the income tax law under by which rule? Residence rule or source rule? Have you understood? So the answer is, Indian government has taken a combination of both source rule as well as residence rule. So Indian government says, if the source of your income is in India, we will levy the tax. Even if you are non-resident, if the source of your income is in India, we will levy the tax. On the other hand, it also says, if you are resident, then we will levy the tax even if you have earned income outside India. So Indian government has played a trick wherein they are following a combination of both. If they make a combination, then more incomes will be covered in the scope of the total income and more people will have to pay tax in India. Have you understood this? So this flow chart, the first classification is based on the source of income. We have divided the income into 4 categories. Number 1 is income accrued in India and received in India. Left hand side, this box is income accrued in India and received in India. What do you mean by income accrued in India? Income accrued in India means what? Income is earned in India. The efforts are taken in India for the purpose of earning the income. If you have joined a job with some Indian company in India, we say that your income is accrued in India. If you have kept a fixed deposit in a bank in India, then we say that your income is accrued in India. So wherever the place at which you are putting the efforts to earn the income, that is the place of accrual of income. So we say that income is accrued in India. The income which is accrued in India is further divided in 2 parts. Part 1, it is received in India, and part 2, it is received outside India. See, earning the income and receiving the income are 2 different things. Receiving the income means taking over the control on the income, getting the income actually in your bank account. Now say for example, you are doing a job in India, you are having a bank account in India, and you have received a salary in the Indian bank account. In that case, what do we say? Your income is accrued where? In India, and it is received where? It is also received in India. So I say that that income will belong to first category. That income will belong to first category. When the income is earned in India, it is accrued in India, it is also received in India, it will belong to category 1. Is that very, very clear? Yes or no? Okay. Now say for example, few days you are residing in India and few days you are residing outside India. So you have also maintained a bank account in different countries. You are also having a bank account in India, you are also having a bank account in some other country outside India. Now say for example, you have earned some income in India. You have earned some income in India, but that money is actually received in a bank account outside India. Where you earned the income? In India. You have taken the efforts to earn that income in India. The person who is paying money to you, he has credited that amount to your bank account which is situated outside India. In that case, what do we say? Your income is accrued in India, but it is received outside India. That income will fall into second category. So income earned in India but received actually in a bank account maintained outside India will be termed as income accrued in India but received outside India. Is that very, very clear? See, there are a lot of people who can earn income in India, at the same time they can earn income outside India. They might have maintained multiple bank accounts. For example, there is a television artist. He is working in Hindi movies also, Tamil movies also, and he is also working in English movies. Then his income might be earned in different countries, and he might also receive the income in different countries. He might be having a multiple bank accounts. Is that very clear? So we have discussed the two categories of income. Number one is what? Income accrued in India as well as received in India. Number two is what? Income accrued in India but received outside India. Number three is income accrued outside India. Means you have earned income where? Outside India. You have taken the efforts to earn the income where? Outside India. But you have maintained a bank account in India, and in that Indian bank account you are receiving the income. In that case, we say that your income belongs to third category, that is income accrued outside India but received in India. Is that very clear? And the fourth one is income accrued outside India as well as received outside India. Have you understood these four categories of income very clearly? So every income for the purpose of taxability has to be classified in any of these categories. The income which falls into first category, second category and third category, these are called as Indian income. See, just by referring to the term Indian income, you may feel that Indian income means the income which is accrued in India. That is not the case. Even income which is accrued outside India but it is received in a bank account in India is also considered as an Indian income. Have you understood this point? So, income belonging to first category, second category and third category are Indian income. They are always taxable in India irrespective of your residential status in India. Whether you are resident, whether you are non-resident, these things will not matter, that income will become taxable in India. Yes, is that very clear? Ask him, is there any confusion? No? If you want to ask, please ask aloud. No? Is that very clear? Okay. Now let's move on to the last part. What is last part? Income accrued outside India as well as received outside India. Only this fourth category of income is called as foreign income. This is called as foreign income. First, second and third income is called as Indian income. Fourth one is called as foreign income. Foreign income is taxable based on your residential status. Foreign income is taxable taxable in India based on your residential status. If you are a resident and ordinary resident person, your foreign income is also taxable in India, meaning thereby, if you are a resident and ordinary resident person, your global income is taxable in India. Wherever you earn, everything will become taxable in India. Have you understood this? So the natural question which would come to your mind is, say for example, you are a resident and ordinary resident person. You have earned income from say UK, and since you are an ordinary resident of India, that income is going to be taxed to you in India. UK will also levy the tax, because UK will say that you earned income from our country, we will levy the tax. India will say that you are an ordinary resident in India, your foreign income will also be taxed in India. So do you believe that on a same income, both the countries would levy the tax? UK will say that the source of your income is in our country, we will levy the tax. India will say that even though the source of the income is outside India, but you are ordinary resident, therefore this foreign income will also become taxable to you. So UK will levy tax based on source, India will levy tax based on residence. Both will levy the tax. Will that happen? This can happen. This can happen. This may or may not happen. It depends upon what? It depends upon whether the two countries which are involved here, they are having double taxation avoidance agreement or not. there is a separate chapter called as double taxation avoidance agreement. This is part of your CA final syllabus. I'll just explain you 2-3 sentences in the form of reference, so that the doubt which might have arisen in the mind of 5th students will get cleared. Say for example, India and UK, they have entered into a double taxation avoidance agreement. In that double taxation avoidance agreement, they will clearly mention which incomes India will levy tax and which income UK will levy the tax. Under no circumstances both countries will levy the tax. So the officers of income tax officers, finance ministry of both the countries will sit together. They will make a double tax avoidance agreement. In that each and every income will be mentioned, and it will be clearly mentioned which income will be taxable in which country. So their objective is to avoid the double taxation. So if India and UK have entered into a double taxation agreement, then any one of the country would levy the tax, the other one would not levy the tax. But for example, Manoj has earned income from Uganda. He has earned income from Uganda, a very small country. India does not have any agreement with Uganda. So what will happen? Manoj has to pay tax in Uganda as well as in India. So do you believe that his income will be taxed twice? Yes. If there is no DTAA agreement between both the countries, then the income will be taxed twice. Now for example, Uganda tax rate is 40%, India tax rate is 30%. He has earned an income of 10 lakh, 4 lakh he pays to Uganda and 3 lakh he pays to India. So he is left with balance 3 lakhs. Maybe maximum within a span of 1-2 months he will quit earning income only. So when you earn income from outside India, the most important point you should look at is whether India is having a DTAA agreement with that country or not. Have you understood this? Okay. Now you tell me, say for example, I'll ask you a very simple question, you answer me, then we'll proceed further. There is an individual who is born in China, and in China he is running a restaurant, and if he is running a restaurant in China, his income is accrued where? China. Customers are coming in his restaurant and they are having the food and they are paying income to him. So his income is accrued in China, it is also received in China. Should the Indian government levy tax on his income? If that would be the case, if the Indian government levies tax on that income also, in that case what would happen? Indian government would levy tax on the income of each and every person in the entire world. What the Chinese government will do then? Are you understanding? So all those incomes which are accrued when outside India and received outside India, those incomes are not connected in any manner to India. Therefore, we say that these incomes are not taxable in India if that person is a non-resident person. So in case of a non-resident person, income accrued outside India as well as received outside India, that is foreign income, will not become taxable in India. If you try to levy tax on this income, then in that case what will happen? Indian government is levying tax on the income of each and every person in the world. That would be the situation. Is that very clear? So in case of a non-resident person, foreign incomes are not taxable in India. Is that very, very clear? Now we move on to the last and the most important part. We are talking about which income? Indian income or foreign income? Foreign income. Foreign income earned by a person who is resident but not ordinary resident. If the person is ordinary resident, foreign income is taxable. If the person is non-resident, foreign income is not taxable. If the person is resident but not ordinary resident, some foreign incomes are taxable and some foreign incomes are not taxable. Which foreign incomes are taxable? Those foreign incomes which are earned because of India. India is a reason to give you income. So those foreign incomes which are earned because of India, those incomes are having some connection with India, those foreign incomes will become taxable in India. Rest all foreign incomes will not be taxed in India. So when the resident but not ordinary resident person has earned the foreign income, you should ask the question to yourself, whatever income he has earned falls into which head of income? Out of 5 heads of income, the income which has been earned by the resident but not ordinary resident person in a foreign country falls into which head of income? If it falls into income from salary, income from house property, income from capital gain and income from other sources head, then this income is not taxable in India, because this income doesn't have any connection with India. For earning this kind of income, you'll have to be physically present in that particular country only. It is still not possible that you physically reside in India and you earn salary income outside India. For earning a salary income in USA, you will have to physically stay in USA. So your salary income, if you are earning from USA, that income is connected more to USA than to India. Therefore, we say that salary, house property, capital gain, other sources, these incomes are connected to the country in which they are earned. Therefore, we will not levy any tax in India. But if you have earned income from either business or from profession, then my question to you is it possible for you to physically stay in India and control the business of USA from India? Definitely yes. In this fastest changing world, everything can happen online. So you can control the entire US business, you can appoint the manager, and you can do the online meetings with the manager, decide what is required to be done. So if you have earned income either from business or from profession, then we would ask you a question, from where this business profession was controlled and managed by you. You say that I was in India and therefore this business or profession was controlled and managed by me from India. In that case, this income will become taxable in India. Whereas on the other hand, if this business or profession was managed by you from outside India, then this income is not taxable in India. Is that very, very clear? Now I would ask you some questions. You should give me answer in the form of true or false. It is an open book examination for you. Even I would ask you questions on residential status as well as section 5 scope of total income. Answer should be given maximum in 2-3 words or in the form of true or false. Question number 1 is, all Indian citizens are always resident in India. False. In other words, even an Indian citizen, if he is residing outside India, he will be non-resident. Yes or no? All foreign citizens are always non-resident in India. False. If a foreign citizen comes to India, if he resides in India for 180 days or more, that foreign citizen will also be considered as resident in India. All Indian citizens are always non-resident in India. False. Indian citizen can become resident, definitely. Fourth question is, all foreign citizens are always resident in India. That is also false. In other words, citizenship and residential status does not have any connection. For the purpose of Income Tax Act, what is important is residential status, not the citizenship. Now we move on to the scope of total income. Point number 1, in case of a ordinarily resident person, his global income is taxable in India. True or false? True. But all the 4 categories of income are taxable in India in case of ordinary resident. In case of non-resident person, Indian incomes are not taxable in India. Indian incomes are taxable in India for everyone, irrespective of residential status. So even if you are a non-resident, Indian income, that is category 1, 2 and 3 income, would become taxable in India. In case of non-resident person, even the foreign income is taxable in India. In case of non-resident person, even the foreign income is taxable in India. True or false? False. Foreign income is not taxable in India. Is that very clear? Income earned from a business controlled from India, income earned from a business controlled from India is taxable in case of a non-resident person. I repeat the question. First of all, listen to the question carefully. Think about it and then answer. Income earned from a business situated outside India but controlled from India is taxable in case of non-resident person. False, it is not taxable. Because it is income accrued outside India, received outside India, the person is non-resident. This income is not taxable, irrespective of from where the business is controlled. The control and management of business or profession is required to be seen only and only in case of a resident but not ordinary resident person. Yes or no? Is that very clear? So with this, section 5 is over, but I want to ask you a very simple question. Do you understand the term remittance? Remittance. What do you mean by remittance? What do you mean by term remittance? I am remitting money to USA. Means what? Means I am transferring funds to US. I am remitting, say for example, after completing your CA, you went to Dubai and you are earning income there, but your family is residing in India. So what you will do? You will send some money for them. So you will remit money to India. My question to you is, when you remit money to India, should we levy the tax? In income tax, tax is levied on receipt of income or it is levied on remittance of income? Tax is levied on receipt of income. It is never levied on remittance of income. Remittance is never taxable. If every country in the world starts charging tax on remittance, then whenever you transfer the money from one place to another, tax will be levied. If you transfer your funds from, say for example, 5 to 6 different countries, at the end out of 100 rupees, only 10-15 rupees will be left. So the point is, remittance is not taxable. What is taxable? Receipt of income is taxable. So the question is, what is the difference between remittance and receipt? Receipt means when you have got the control over the income for the first time. When you have received the income for the first time, you have got the control over your income for the first time, we say that income is received. Thereafter, you transfer your income from one bank account to another bank account, from one place to another, from one country to another. That will not be considered as a receipt, that will be considered as a remittance. And remittance cannot be taxed. What can be taxed is only receipt. So now there are two possibilities. Possibility number one is your income is earned in 2021, it is received in 2021, it is also remitted in 2021. Your income is earned in the year 2021, income is received in the year 2021, income is also remitted. For example, Manoj is outside India, he has earned a salary income in Dubai, he has transferred that money to his family in India. So in the same year, he has earned the income. In the same year, he has received the income. In the same year, income is remitted to India. Should we levy tax based on remittance? No, we should not look at the remittance. Question is, do you believe that there is a receipt in the current year? Yes. In the current year, there is a receipt as well as remittance. If at all we want to levy the tax, we will levy tax looking at what? Looking at the receipt. We will not look at the remittance. So possibility one, receipt and remittance both are in the same year. Receipt and remittance both are in the same year. Year previous year 2020 means the year of receipt of income as well as the year of remittance of income. Can you levy the tax? Yes, in the year 2021, but based on what? Based on receipt. Based on receipt. Is that very clear? See, based on receipt, tax can be levied provided this income falls within the scope of your income. If the income is beyond the scope of your income, then it cannot be taxed. If the income is within the scope of your income, in the current year there is a receipt, in the current year there is a remittance, tax will be definitely levied in the current year, but based on what? Based on receipt. Is that very, very clear? Second case, say for example, Manoj is resident, an ordinary resident person, and he has earned some income from Dubai. So his income is accrued where? In Dubai. He has maintained a bank account in Dubai. In that bank account, money was received. So that income is also received in Dubai. But since he is an ordinary resident person, that foreign income also falls within the scope of his income. So question is whether that income should be taxed in India or not. If that income is received in the current year and also remitted in the current year, then yes, it will be taxed. But based on what? Based on receipt. The another situation is Manoj had earned the income in the year 1920, means the last year. Where? In Dubai. That income was received in the bank account maintained in Dubai in the last year only. And that income which was earned and received in the last year 1920 in Dubai, that money he has transferred to India in the current year 2021. When you transfer funds to India, definitely government of India through the RBI is monitoring the amounts which are flowing to India. So the income tax department has come to know about the money which Manoj has transferred from Dubai to India in the current year 2021. So this income was actually received when? In the last year 1920. In the current year it is just remitted to India. My question to you is, can we levy tax in the current year? No, in the current year tax cannot be levied, because in current year there is only remittance. In the current year there is only remittance. If at all that income is within the scope, tax can be levied in the year of receipt. What was the year of receipt? 1920. So Manoj might have already filed his income tax return for the year 1920. Income tax officer will pick up that income tax return and see whether that income was declared by him in the year 1920 or not. If he had already declared that income in the year 1920, when the income was received, that income was already taxed in the last year. Once again, when it is getting remitted in the current year in India, that income should not be taxed. But what if Manoj had past income, whether tax section 5 is completely over. Now in this chapter we are left with section 9. We are left with which section? Section 9. Section 9 is the most important section of this chapter. In section 9 there are 10 points. In section 9 there are 10 points. The biggest point is point number 1, and it is slightly complicated. So I would not discuss point number 1 today. I would skip point number 1. This section 9 talks about income deemed to accrue or arise in India. First of all, you need to understand what do you mean by income deemed to accrue or arise in India. That we will understand. But I am telling you that in section 9 there are how many points? 10 points. Out of those 10 points, the first one is the biggest point. It is going to take at least a 30 minutes time. So right now I am skipping this point. I will discuss this section 9 with you from point number 2 onwards. All these points are small points, will get completed in a short span of time. Now my question, I will give you an example and I will explain your situation. You should tell me whether that income is taxable in India or not. Say for example, I completed my chartered accountancy and then I came to know, when I was doing my CA, a lot of my ex-colleagues or my seniors who completed their CA, they went for a job in Dubai. Why? Because in Dubai, there is no income tax in the hands of individuals. And if you go to Dubai for a job, you are going outside India for the purpose of employment. So you are covered by the exception. You will be resident in India only if your stay is 182 days or more. Definitely these people would plan in such a manner that in the first year when they are going outside India, their stay in India would be less than 180 days. Consequently, they would become non-resident in India. They are rendering services in Dubai, they are earning income in Dubai. Their income is accrued outside India as well as received outside India. It is a foreign income and those people have become non-resident. So that foreign income is not going to get taxed in India. Is that very clear? So I worked in Dubai for, say for example, 5, 7 years, 10 years. I told you, in Dubai, once in a year there is a shopping festival, Dubai shopping festival. In that most of the products, most of the electronic products are available at least 50-60% discount to the MRP. So for example, if you are in Dubai and you know that one of your friend is in Dubai, but exactly where he is you do not know, then if there is a shopping festival, you go there, definitely will find him. Because by default, every Indian will be at a place where there is a discount. So you can find all of your friends in a shopping festival in Dubai. So for example, I met Manoj in Dubai in a shopping festival. Discount, He says yes. So I met him in a shopping festival in Dubai. So we spoke to each other, we had dinner together, and see, if you meet an Indian person outside India, automatically you will have more respect for him. Or you will have soft heart, you will become a soft-hearted person for him. But if you find the Indians here in local trains and by mistake he has pushed you, you will kick him like anything. So, for example, in a country like Australia, where the population of Australia, that same amount of people are born in India every year. So when you go to Australia and you find out an Indian there, you might have done very good amount of deeds in your past life. Then only in a country like Australia you will find out an Indian. And if you come across some Indian in Australia, you will feel as if you are at home only. So for example, Manoj met me in Dubai and we had a dinner together, and I came to know that Manoj wanted a flat in India so that his family can reside in that flat. So Manoj told us, sir, in the city of Chennai, I am looking for a flat. Actually, my family is residing in a very old flat. It is a smaller one. Now we want a bigger flat. Right now, I don't have the funds to purchase. I will just take the flat on rent. So if you come across some estate agent, then you tell me I wanted a flat in the city of Chennai on a rental basis. I told Manoj that I am already owning a 3 BHK flat in the city of Chennai. So Manoj says, sir, I will ask my family to have a look at that flat. If they are feeling comfortable, then that same flat of yours, you give it on rent to me only. Because you wanted to give it on rent to any other person, instead of any other person, you give that flat on a rent to me only. I told, okay, I gave the address to Manoj. Manoj's family visited that flat to see where is the locality, what is the size of the flat. And they spoke to Manoj and said that this is an excellent flat, excellent location, everything is nearby, school, hospital, everything is nearby. So we should take this flat only on rent. So Manoj said that, yes sir, my family has liked your flat and we want that flat on rental basis. I told him I will charge you a rent of say 40,000 rupees per month. So we have entered into an agreement. I am residing in which country? In Dubai. He is also residing in Dubai. We have entered into an agreement to let out the property. Where we have entered into an agreement? In Dubai. So we have entered into an agreement in Dubai saying that I am letting out my flat to Manoj, and Manoj is going to pay me rent in dirhams. He is not going to pay me rent in Indian rupees. He will be paying me rent in Dubai currency, dirhams. He will be paying me 1800 rupees, 1800 dirhams every month. That is written in the agreement. So at the end of every month, he is paying me 1800 dirhams in my Dubai bank account. That rent is an expense for him and income for me. The question is whether that rent can be taxed in India. Whether it is an income accrued in India or whether it is an income accrued outside India. Where the income is accrued. The landlord is outside India, the tenant is outside India, the agreement is entered outside India, rent is paid outside India, rent is received outside India, everything is outside India. So where the income is accrued? Is it accrued in India or it is accrued outside India? Manoj says the property is situated in India. Even though everything is outside India, property is in India, na? So income is accrued in India. My argument is, I am earning because of property or I am earning because of letting out of property. For letting out the property, I have entered into an agreement. So I am saying that the source of my income is not the property. Source of my income is that agreement which I have entered with Manoj. And that agreement was entered outside India. Therefore, that income is accrued outside India. It is also received outside India. And I am a non-resident person. Therefore, that income should not be taxed in India. That is what is my argument. And in a lot of circumstances, a lot of situations, courts had accepted this argument and courts had given a decision saying that this income is a foreign income. It is not taxable in case of a non-resident person. But government is of the opinion that when you can let out the property, if you have a property, if you remove India from the world map for a 2 minutes time and think about the same income, can you have income? No, if there is no India, you can't have a property here. And if you don't have a property here, you can't have an India, you can't have an income. So, whatever rent I have earned, that is because of India. Even though the agreement is entered outside India, that rental income is earned because of India. If I remove India from the world map, there is no possibility that you will be having such kind of rental income. Therefore, government is of the opinion that you have earned income because of having a property in India, not because of the agreement outside India. Wherever you enter into agreement, what difference does it make? Ultimately, property is situated in India. So, to settle this argument, to settle this dispute, government came out with section 9. Herein government says that you believe that this income is accrued outside India, but for the purpose of Income Tax Act, we are inserting one more section and we are saying that following incomes are, even though accrued outside India, for the purpose of Income Tax Act, we would say that these incomes are deemed to accrue or arise in India. These incomes are assumed to accrue or arise in India. In other words, when we say these incomes are deemed to accrue or arise in India, they will become as good as Indian income. And once they become Indian income, they are always taxable in India, irrespective of your residential status. Is that very, very clear? So, this was the background discussion with respect to section 9. So, section 9 gives you the exhaustive list of 10 points. How many points are covered in section 9? 10 points. Section 9 gives you the exhaustive list of 10 points, wherein they say that following 10 situations, in following 10 situations, we say that income is deemed to accrue or arise in India. Therefore, that income is a Indian income, and once it becomes an Indian income, it is taxable in India for everyone, irrespective of residential status. So, in this flow chart of scope of total income, I have put a asterisk mark here and I have written this asterisk mark includes what? Income which is deemed to accrue or arise in India and which is covered in section 9. So, all the income which are covered by section 9 would be falling into either the first or the second category. It would be considered as an Indian income and it would be taxed in India, irrespective of residential status of a person. Have you understood this? Page number 25, point number 2. Read this point number 2 on page 25. What it says? Income through or from any property. Income through or from any property. Income through or from any asset. Or income through or from any source of income situated in India. So, if you are having a property situated in India, if you are having an asset situated in India, if you are having any other source of income situated in India, your income will be deemed to accrue or arise in India as per point number 2 of section 9 and it will become taxable in India to everyone irrespective of residential status in India. Is that very, very clear? The example which I took was of point number 2 only. Now you refer point number 3. Don't read this point number A, B and C. Just read the first 3 lines and tell me what is the difference between point number 2 and point number 3. What I want to know from you? What is the difference between point number 2 and point number 3? Point number 2 is talking about a revenue receipt. Point number 2 is talking about a revenue receipt, whereas point number 3 is talking about a capital receipt. For example, the flat which I had let out to Manoj's family stayed in that flat for 2 years. After 2 years, I told to Manoj that now I want to sell off the property. I am in need of money, so I want to sell off the property. Please ask your family to vacate that flat. So Manoj spoke to his family saying that sir wants to sell off this property, so we'll have to find out some other property on rental basis. So Manoj's family is of the opinion that in future, maybe after 6 months or 1 year, we want to buy a flat. Instead of waiting for 1 year and buying the flat, let us buy this flat only. So once again, we both have entered into an agreement outside India for the sale of property which is situated in India. So I have sold my flat situated in Chennai to Manoj. The sale agreement is entered outside India. Seller is situated outside India. buyer is situated outside India, consideration is paid and received outside India, and I am claiming that this income is taxable outside India. This income is not accrued in India. So government, by putting point number 3, is trying to explain you that this income is deemed to accrue or arise in India, therefore it is taxable in India. Is that very clear? So point 3 says income through transfer. Point 3 says what? Income through transfer. Transfer means you can consider it as sale. Income through transfer of any capital asset. Forget about the word capital asset. You understand the word asset right now. Income from sale of any asset situated in India. So if you are owning any asset which is situated in India, and if you are selling that asset, whatever profit element you have earned on the sale of that asset, that profit element will be deemed to accrue or arise in India, and it will become taxable in India. Is that very clear? So with this, point number 2 is also over. Just below point number 3 is also over. Just below point number 3, there are certain important points to be noted. I don't want to discuss all these important points as of now. I am giving you this as a homework. Kindly read this at home. These are involving some complex situations. Vodafone judgment is involved here. I don't want to get into this. Vodafone judgment is not forming part of your ICI module of CA intermediate. So definitely I am not going to discuss that judgment because it is a waste of time. It will not appear in the examination. But the situation is complex. I will make a small diagram and make you understand these important points. But not today. Tomorrow I am giving these 3 points to read at home. Now we move on to point number 4. Point number 4. Point number 4 and 5. Point number 2 and 3 were talking about what? Point number 2 and 3 were talking about either the property or the asset. You earn income from the property or the asset, or you earn the income by selling the property and asset. It will be covered by point number 2 and point number 3. Point number 4 and 5, both of them are talking about salary income. Both of them are talking about which income? Salary income. Point number 4 talks about which situation? Say for example, in India, this mobile business came to India very late. The mobile business started in India very late, and when the mobile businesses started in India, there were only 2 players in India. One was BSNL. BSNL is having a brand called as Garuda. I do not know whether they are now into the telecom business or not. Garuda brand has been vanished. But BSNL was having a brand Garuda, and there was one more company called as BPL. Right now it is Vodafone, and Vodafone earlier it was Hutch. Before that it was, I think, BPL also. So BPL is company, I think it is closed now, I do not know, I am not aware about that. But I am talking about a situation prior to 10-15 years back. There were limited number of companies into the telecom business. Now telecom business is run based on the telecom towers installed in all the localities. In India, there are very less engineers, there were very less engineers who were opting for the telecom engineering course. See, engineering can be done in a different fields. You can do mechanical engineering, or you can do telecommunication engineering, you can do aeronautical engineering. So engineering can be civil engineering. So there were very less students opting for telecom engineering because in India telecom business was not developed. So people will not have an employment opportunity. When then I don't remember the year exactly, government came out with a amendment in the Income Tax Act in one of the section which is not part of your syllabus, section 80IA. They inserted a provision saying that any person doing a telecommunication business in India, his income will not be taxable for 15 years. Means he will enjoy a tax holiday of 15 years. What would be the consequence of this amendment in the Income Tax Act? All the industrialists who might have invested their money in some other businesses would try to squeeze the investment from those businesses. They would take out some money and they would start the telecom business to save just 30% tax. The moment this amendment came out, a lot of companies jumped into telecommunication business, but the problem was in India we did not have a technical people who could manage the telecom business. So all these companies who jumped onto telecommunication business, they appointed foreign engineers to manage the telecom operations. China is having the world's highest number of telecom engineers. More than 80% of the telecommunication equipments of the world are manufactured in China as of today also. So a lot of Indian companies appointed Chinese engineers as an employee in their companies. For example, Reliance Industries India Limited started with a telecom business in a company called as Reliance Communication Limited. It was started by Mukesh Ambani. Later on, in that family feud, that business was given to Anil Ambani. So Reliance Communication Limited, as of now, it is an insolvent company now, nearly insolvent. Business is also 90% closed down. So when they started the telecom business, they hired a lot of engineers from China. So those Chinese engineers were hired on a contract of 2 years period to manage the telecom business operations in India. So those Chinese people will come to India, company will provide accommodation to them to stay here, and they will manage the telecommunication operations. So generally they used to enter into a agreement for a span of 2 years, and since this is an international assignment, traditionally whatever are the terms and conditions of the international assignment, those terms and conditions would be forming part of the employment contract. Generally in any of the international assignment, it is clearly written that once in a year you can travel to your home country, and whatever is the flight cost etc. will be borne by your employer. Plus to that, you will be given a 1 month's paid holiday. So when you go to your home country for 1 month, we will not stop your salary. We will be paying you salary for that leave period also. So you are on a leave, you are on a holiday for 1 month's time. During that period also, you are going to get the salary. Now for example, Reliance Communication Limited appointed a Chinese engineer on a contract of 2 years. In that contract, it was written that Chinese engineer can go once in a year to his home country for a span of 1 month, and Reliance Communication Limited will bear the entire flight cost, plus they would also pay him the salary for that particular month. Now the question is, this salary which is earned by those Chinese engineers, where this salary was paid to those Chinese engineers were outside India in a bank account maintained outside India. Question is whether that salary will become taxable in India or not. Have you understood the situation? Engineer is a Chinese engineer. He has come to India on a 2 years employment contract. As per the terms and conditions of employment, he is eligible to get a 1 month leave. So he has gone to his home country, China. For that 1 month also he is going to get a salary, and the company has paid him salary in a bank account maintained in China. That telecom engineer says that during the month of leave, I have not rendered any services in India. I was not physically present in India. For that month, whatever salary is accrued now, that is accrued outside India, that is accrued in China, and I have also received in a bank account maintained in China, that income is not taxable in India. That is what he claimed. In certain cases, courts gave decision in the favor of those Chinese engineers. To cover this situation, government came out with point number 4 in the Income Tax Act in section 9. Point number 4 is section 9 subsection 1 clause 2. Read this, what it says. Income which is chargeable under the head salaries. Means you are in a employment contract. Income which is chargeable under that salaries. Earned for what? Earned for services rendered in India. If you render services in India, your income is definitely deemed to accrue or arise in India. It is taxable in India. So income which falls under that salary shall be regarded as income earned in India in following two situations. Situation 1, if the services are rendered in India, and situation 2, if the salary is paid for rest period. Rest period is also called as leave period. That person has received his salary for rest period or leave period. That salary will also be deemed to accrue or arise in India, provided that rest period is preceded as well as succeeded by services rendered in India. If that rest period and as well as rest period is preceded as well as succeeded by services rendered in India, then the salary for rest period will also be deemed to accrue or arise in India. For example, I'll give you a very simple example. Say for example, the moment you have joined CA intermediate, your father has instructed to your mother that every day he should study for at least 2 hours. The day on which he doesn't study for 2 hours, you should not give him dinner. That rule is being made in your house. Now what has happened is, the 2 hours in a day you can study at any point of time. It is up to you. So you have decided the study schedule that you will be studying in the night. So your father goes to sleep generally at 12 o'clock and he gets up in the morning at 6 o'clock. So you know what is his sleeping time and what is time for the getting up in the morning. So what you do, in your own room, in your study room, 11:50 you will open the book. 11:50 you'll open the book and you'll sit on a desk as if you are studying. So before your father goes to sleep, he will just see from that door what you are doing. The moment he sees that you have picked up a book and you are reading something. So you felt that yes, he is studying. So he has gone to sleep. Next day morning when he gets up, once again 6:05 a.m. he sees what you are doing, and you are very smart. You get up in the morning at 5:45, you wash your face, you pick up the book and once again you sit on a desk. When your father sees you at 6:05 a.m. you are studying, looking you studying at 12 o'clock in the night and studying at 6 o'clock in the morning, what would be his conclusion? You studied the whole night. So he will conclude that entire night you studied, because before that span of 6 hours also you were studying, and after that span of 6 hours also you were studying. But what if when he saw you in the morning 6:15 you were sleeping? What is the conclusion? Were you studying for the entire night? No. You might have slept around 12:30 or so. That is what he may conclude. Similarly, here also government says when that person came to India for job, now he has gone to his home country for a span of 1 month. That leave period, before the leave period he was in India, and after the leave period also he was in India. Therefore government says during that leave period also he will be presumed to be in India. He says no, I am outside India. No, for the purpose of Income Tax Act you will be presumed to be present in India, and the salary income earned by you for that leave period will be deemed to accrue as in India. It will become taxable in India. Have you understood this point? So that leave period should be preceded or succeeded. Leave period should be preceded by services rendered in India. It should also be succeeded by services rendered in India. In that case, we say that salary received for the leave period is deemed to accrue or arise in India. It is taxable in India. Have you understood this situation very clearly? Point number 5 is also talking about salary only. Point number 5 is also talking about salary. but the situation is slightly different. Do you know something called as Indian Embassy? Indian Embassy, what do you mean by Indian Embassy? It's nothing but the office of Government of India in any other country. Say for example, India and US both are having good relations. So, US government will set up a office in India. And that office will be called as a US Embassy in India. Similarly, Indian government will set up a office in USA and that will be called as a Indian Embassy in USA. Generally, why do we set up the embassies or why do we set up the offices in the other countries? Because if the Indians are traveling to USA and if they are facing some difficulties, they can contact the Indian embassies. So, job of the Indian embassy is to help those Indian citizens who are there in USA. With that intention, the countries would set up their own offices in other countries. Now, my question to you is, Government of India has set up an Indian embassy in USA. The people who are working in Indian Embassy USA would be hired from USA only or they will be sent from India? Definitely they should be sent from India only, because in Indian Embassy, Indian government officers may discuss lot of topics. Certain topics might be very much secret. So we cannot hire US person in an Indian Embassy. So generally most of the officers who are working in the Indian Embassy in the USA would be sent from India and they would be government employees. There is a separate course on that called as Indian Foreign Services. You might have heard Indian Administrative Services or IPS, Indian Police Services. Similarly, we have a course called as Indian Foreign Services. If you appear for the examination of Indian Foreign Services, if you clear the examination, you will get a job with central government in Ministry of External Affairs. In Ministry of External Affairs, you might be posted in India or you might be posted outside India. Now, say for example, you have cleared the examination of Indian Foreign Services. You are posted in USA. Who has appointed you? Indian government has appointed you by entering into a contract with you, saying that we will be sending you to USA. So, who is your employer? Indian government is your employer. So, you are rendering services to whom? To the Indian government, but physically, actually, where you are rendering the services? You are rendering the services in USA. Generally, we say that salary income gets accrued at a place where the services are rendered. But whenever two countries are having good relations with each other, they will open their offices in their respective countries. At the same time, they will also agree to a point that my officer, for example, Indian government will say that our officer working in your country, we will pay them salary and that salary you should not tax, we will levy tax in India. Similarly, US will also say that in India we have opened a US embassy. Those people, those US people who are working in that US embassy in India, US government would pay salary to them and US government would say that we will levy tax on those salary incomes in USA. You should not levy tax in India. Even though they have rendered services in India, you should not levy tax, we will levy tax, because those people are belonging to us only. So, both the countries would enter into a similar agreement. Based on that agreement, one point is inserted by the government in section 9 subsection 1 in the form of clause number 3, which says that all those people who are Indian citizen, all those people who are Indian citizen and they are rendering services to government of India. Where they are rendering services? Outside India. Where they will receive the salary? Outside India. Their salary, even though it is accrued outside India, received outside India actually, but for the purpose of Income Tax Act, that salary income will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. And since it is deemed to accrue or arise in India, it is taxable in India. Have you understood this much? Yes or no? For example, Government of India has appointed an individual, Mr. Sahil, to work in an Indian embassy in USA. So government is paying him 18 lakhs as salary. Government is paying him what? 18 lakh rupees as shall I proceed? Okay. Government of India is the employer. Government of India is the employer. Government of India has appointed Mr. Sahil to work as an officer of Indian Embassy. As per the contract, he will be paid 18 lakh rupees per month as salary. He will be provided with an accommodation to stay. He will be provided with a car facility and a driver facility in USA. He will be also provided with a cook facility. So government will provide a accommodation facility, car driver facility and cook facility to that officer. This officer is working where? This officer is working in USA. As per section 9, government says what? Salary paid by us to this government employee rendering services where? Outside India is deemed to accrue or arise in India provided he is a Indian citizen. Provided he is a Indian citizen. But government says if we take the total of all this and if we levy the tax, for example, if you take the total, then 18, 36, 24, 12, what is the total? 90 lakhs. If you levy tax on 90 lakhs, for example, just take 30% of 90 lakhs, that would turn out to be around 27 lakhs. 27 lakh rupees will be the tax liability. The point is whether he is having the amount of 27 lakhs just to pay the income tax. He has received a monetary salary of only 18 lakhs. His monetary salary will be insufficient to even pay the income tax. Therefore, government says that salary paid by us to this employee will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. But we will levy tax only on this salary. All these facilities which are given to him, on that we will not levy the tax, because if we try to levy tax on that facilities also, he will not be having the money to even pay the tax. Have you understood this? So government says salary is deemed to accrue or rise in India, it is taxable in India. This facility is also deemed to accrue or rise in India, but we do not have the intention to levy the tax. So government has come out with a section 10 clause 7. In section 10 clause 7, government says whatever facilities are provided to him outside India is not taxable, it is totally exempt from tax. It is totally exempt from tax. Have you understood this? Yes or no? So if employee is a Indian citizen, salary is deemed to accrue or arise in India, it is taxable in India. But facilities, the monetary value of facilities will not be taxable in, will not be taxed, it will be totally exempt from tax. Is that also deemed to accrue or arise in India? Yes, that is also deemed to accrue or arise in India. But we don't have the intention of levying the tax. Therefore, we have come out with a separate section for exempting those facilities. Is that very clear? Yes or no? Now, based on the current discussion, I would ask you a very simple question. For example, in the Indian embassy in USA, one peon is required, office boy is required. So that office boy government will appoint from India and send him to USA? No, definitely no. Now without any education, he has got an opportunity to go to USA. The office boy will not be sent from India, only officers working at a higher position will be sent from India. The office boy, peon will be appointed from USA only. If you appoint a peon who is a USA person, will he be an Indian citizen? No, he will be a US citizen. And if you say him as per section 9, your income is deemed to accrue as in India, he will leave the job the next day. Therefore, government says section 9 is applicable only if that person is a Indian citizen. So if you have appointed someone as a peon in the Indian embassy office in USA and you are paying salary to him, he is a foreign citizen, that his in that case, his salary income will not be deemed to accrue or rise in India. That income will not be taxable in India. Is that very, very clear? So, this is the explanation of point number 5. The earlier example which I took, that example is also written here. So, this point number 5 is also point number 5 is over. I have a very small and comprehensive flow chart for you, talking about only taxability of salary income. I don't want to discuss right now. This flow chart, you should take it as homework, you should refer. This is a combination of section 5 and section 9. This is a combination of section 5 and section 9. It is very simple. The moment you refer, you will understand the provisions. You will understand this. So, this I am giving as homework, you have to refer. If at all you are having a doubt, you should ask. Difference between allowance and perquisites, right now we don't want to get into those. We will be discussing in detail when we move on to the chapter of income from salaries. In one line, I will try to explain if you can understand. Allowance is amount of money given by the employer to employee along with the salary. For example, you are working as a marketing executive. So, the nature of your job is such that you have to travel a lot. In that case, along with this salary, besides this salary, your employer may give you some fixed amount of money to every month to you, saying that this you spend for traveling purpose. That will be called as allowance. Perquisite means basically facilities. Perquisite is nothing but facilities. So, how many points we have discussed till now in this section 9? Point number 1 we have skipped now. Profit from business connection in India, that point is skipped. We have discussed point number 2, 3, 4 and 5. Which section we were in? Section 9, income deemed to accrue or rise in India. Those who are repeaters, for them I am telling that in budget 2020, section 1150, which was talking about dividend distribution tax, section 115R, which was talking about income distribution tax to be paid by the mutual fund. These two sections are related. So, section 10 clause 34, which said that dividend will be exempt in the hands of shareholder, that is also deleted. Section 10 clause 35, which says that income received from mutual fund is exempt from tax, that is also deleted. Along with that, we had one more section, section 115BBDA, that section is also deleted. So, all these sections are removed. Is that very clear? This will once again discuss when we get into IFO's chapter. Okay. So, I move on to point number 6. Kindly focus here because this will get completed in a span of maximum 1 minute's time. Point number 6 says dividend paid by an Indian company. Which company? Indian company. Dividend paid by an Indian company, where it is paid outside India, will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. When we say it will be deemed to accrue or arise in India, means what? It is taxable in India. For example, there is a company in India called as Hindustan Unilever Limited, HUL. Earlier it was named as HLL, Hindustan Lever Limited. Now it is named as Hindustan Unilever Limited. What do you believe? This is an Indian company or it is a foreign company? Hindustan Unilever Limited is an Indian company or a foreign company? Answer is it is a Indian company. It is a purely Indian company. It is a subsidiary of a foreign company. It is a subsidiary of a foreign company, but that HUL is a Indian company. Now, please don't talk. For example, there is a company, Hindustan Unilever Limited. This is an Indian company formed and registered in India. This company was formed by Unilever Limited. In USA, we don't use the word limited, they use the word incorporation. So Unilever Incorporation, this is a foreign company. This is a US based company. This company is holding, say for example, 30% shares of this company. So Hindustan Unilever Limited's 30% shares are held by Unilever Incorporation USA. So in case of HUL, even the Unilever Incorporation is one of the shareholder. So when the dividend is being paid by this company, how they will pay dividend to this Unilever Incorporation USA? Will they ask them to come to India to collect the dividend? No, they will transfer money to someone in USA. If there are multiple shareholders in USA, they will transfer money to some agent, and that agent's job is to distribute the dividend to people who are residing in USA. Similarly, this HUL, while distributing dividend to those shareholders who are there in India, they will give dividend to them in India, and for Unilever Limited, they will transfer funds from India to outside India. So dividend is paid by whom? It is paid by Indian company. Indian company is a payer and foreign company is a payee. Where the dividend is paid? Dividend is paid outside India. In this case, we are saying that section 9 would be made applicable. Any dividend which is paid by Indian company to any person outside India is deemed to accrue or arise in India as per section 9. Up to last year, on this dividend, companies were required to pay the tax called as dividend distribution tax, and dividend was not taxable in the hands of shareholders. So when the company is distributing dividend, at the time of distribution only, company was required to pay the tax called as dividend distribution tax, and that dividend was exempt in the hands of shareholders. That was the provision up to the last year. But in budget 2020, government has deleted a lot of sections, as a consequence of which now whenever any domestic company is distributing dividend, they are not required to pay any dividend distribution tax, and shareholder is not going to get any exemption from the dividend income. On that dividend income, who will be required to pay the tax? Shareholder will be required to pay the tax. So any dividend which is distributed by Hindustan Unilever Limited Indian company to Unilever Limited or Unilever Incorporation USA, that dividend will be deemed to accrue as in India, and now onwards that will be taxable in India. Government will not collect tax from HUL. Government will collect tax from Unilever Incorporation USA. Is that very clear? So this we will discuss in detail when we get into the chapter of income from other sources. But right now still I have given as a reference here. Now Indian companies do not pay dividend distribution tax, and dividend received by the shareholders from the company is not exempt in section 10 clause 34. Section 10 clause 34 is already deleted. So what is the consequence of deletion of section 10 clause 34? Dividend is taxable in the hands of shareholders. Yes, is that very clear? See, what will happen is, in this cases, the Hindustan, please don't talk. In this case, the Indian company, while paying dividend to the foreign company, they will deduct the TDS. So there is a separate provision for deducting the TDS. Earlier that provision was not made applicable. Now it is made applicable. Section is 194. In case of non-resident, it is section 195. So that we will discuss in the chapter of TDS. But have you understood this? This says very simple thing. Any dividend which is paid by which company? Indian company is deemed to accrue or arise in India. Therefore, it is taxable in India. Is that very, very clear? Yes or no? Okay. Now we have point number 7, 8 and 9. This point number 7 talks about interest. On this point number 7, CA Institute had asked the question in the examination, November 20 examination. They asked this point for 3 marks. They created a one case study type question on this point, and it was asked for 3 marks. most of the students have got the wrong answer. So this needs to be discussed in detail. This on this part it was asked in the examination. Question was asked on this part, that is point number 3. So right now we will not get into the details of it, but we need to just understand that point number 7 talks about what? Interest. Point number 8 talks about royalty. And point number 9 talks about fees for technical services. These are 3 different points, but the explanation of all the 3 points is same. More than 95% of the content of this section is same. So what I am going to do is I will be explaining you only one point, that is point number 7, interest. Based on the same logic, same manner of thinking, definitely will be in a position to understand point number 8 and point number 9. For this point number 7, 8 and 9, I have a slightly complicated diagram on page number 28. This diagram is covering point number 7, interest, point number 8, royalty, and point number 9, fees for technical services. So I will try to explain you point number 7, 8, 9. I think right now it is 1:22. So I will not have that much time to discuss point number 7 in detail also. So instead of that, what we'll do, we'll skip point number 7, 8, 9 right now, and we'll move on to point number 10. We have already skipped the point number 1. We'll also skip point number 7, 8 and 9. And as of now, right now, we'll move on to point number 10. So when we meet tomorrow, I'll be starting with point number 1, and then we'll move on to point number 7, 8 and 9. Tomorrow this chapter will get completed, and this chapter will get completed in a span of around 1.5 hour time or maximum 2 hours time. And then we'll be move on to the chapter of income from house property. We'll move on to the chapter of income from house property because it is the smallest and the simplest head of income. Now, to make you understand this point number 10, I'll take you through a very simple example. For example, Manoj has completed his chartered accountancy. Then he moved to USA. He moved to US, and there he realized that Indian chartered accountancy course is given less importance as compared to US CPA course. So if he wants to get a better job opportunity, right now also he is employed in USA, but if he wants a promotion or he wants to get a better job opportunity at a higher designation, he has to do CPA also. So he completed his CPA, and finally he has decided that he will settle down in USA only. Now he doesn't have any plan to come back to India. So he has settled down in USA only. After completing his CA, he went to USA in a span of 6 months. There he completed his CPA, and he has now settled down there only. Manoj is connected to you all through a WhatsApp group. One fine day, when you got up in the morning, you got a message in that WhatsApp group. The message was that there were 3-4 photographs, and just below the photograph, there was a message from the Manoj saying that I have got married yesterday, and there are photographs along with his wife. And because of COVID, this was an online marriage. So sorry, I could not invite you. So all these things he has written. And the moment you received the message, all of you responded him saying that COVID is over long back. Which COVID you are talking about? Useless fellow, you don't wanted to invite us in your marriage. That is the reason you are sending such kind of messages. So he got a lot of messages from his friends saying that why did not you invite me in your marriage? You came to my marriage and had full of lunch. You took parcel also. And in your marriage, you did not invite me also. So he felt very bad. So he has decided that I will be having a very huge, very big celebration for my first marriage anniversary, and I'll invite everyone from India. So for the next year, he has made a budget of 1 crore rupees. He made a budget of 1 crore rupees to celebrate his marriage anniversary. Marriage got completed only in a budget of 5,000 rupees. Marriage anniversary is celebrating and is spending an amount of 1 crore. He has invited each one of you. He has sent you an invitation card. Along with that, you have received a message saying that if you intend to travel to USA to attend my marriage anniversary, please intimate me. Kindly give the passport number, etc. Also, I'll be purchasing flight tickets for you. I'll arrange the stay in a hotel for 3 days. So kindly intimate me if you intend to come to attend my marriage anniversary. So you all thought that it is a good opportunity to go to USA free of cost. So first of all, you had a discussion within the group, shall we go? So everyone was of the opinion that why should not we go? We are not required to spend even 1 rupee from our own pocket. So definitely we should go. So every one of you decided to go to USA to attend his marriage anniversary. Now he has sent you an invitation card. He has spent around say 70,000-80,000 rupees for a flight cost. He has spent around 40,000-50,000 rupees for a stay in a hotel. Per person he has spent around 1.5 to 2 lakh rupees. Now when you go to attend his marriage anniversary, definitely you will give some gift to him, na? What you will do? In a cover you will put a 101 rupees. At least you should give some gift of respectable amount, na? He has spent 2 lakh for you and you are giving gift of 101 rupees, that to Indian rupees he could not spend in USA. So he had invited me also for a marriage anniversary. I went to USA, I attended his marriage anniversary and I gifted him a gold coin of 20 grams, which is costing 1 lakh rupees. So he is a non-resident person settled in USA. In his marriage anniversary, he has received a gift which is a gold coin of 1 lakh rupees. Where this gift is accrued? He says function was celebrated in USA. The person who gave me gift, he came to USA to give me the gift. So that gift is also received outside India and I am a non-resident person. So there is no question of taxing that gift. So can that gift be taxed in India? Earlier it was not getting taxed, but in budget 2019, government came out with a provision to levy the tax in such a situation and government inserted point number 10. In point number 10, government says what? When a resident person, listen to me very carefully, when a non-resident person is receiving money or when a non-resident person is receiving any property situated in India, he is receiving from whom? He is receiving from a person resident in India. So one resident person is giving either money or other property to a non-resident person, where he is giving outside India. That gift will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. It will be taxable in India. Have you understood this? So this point says any sum of money or any property situated in India is transferred on or after 5th July 2019. Why this date? Because the amendment is made applicable only from this date. Received by a person, received from a person resident in India and received by a person resident outside India, this will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. So a non-resident person, please, don't talk. A non-resident person receiving a gift from a resident person outside India, that gift will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. Who will pay the tax? Definitely that non-resident person has to pay the tax. That gift is not my income, gift is his income, na? So he will have to pay the tax. Is that very clear? So this was point number 10. Yes, there is a limit to the amount also, but that the limits with respect to the amounts, how much gift is taxable, how much gift is not taxable, definitely there are certain limits. Those limits will be discussing in the chapter of income from other sources. Right now, This point is just explaining that if a non-resident person is receiving gift outside India, na, that gift is also deemed to accrue as in India. It is an Indian income. It is taxable in the hands of every person. But taxability will arise only if there is a charging section and machinery section. So we have a charging section in the chapter of IFOs which says that gift is taxable only if the value is more than 50,000. So I gifted him a gold coin of 1 lakh rupees, that will become taxable, but we will not get into the details of that right now. We will discuss when we move on to the chapter of IFOs. So right now we should understand only one thing: non-resident receiving gift from a resident person is deemed to accrue as in India. Is that clear? So out of 10 points we have completed how many points? 6 points of section 9 are over today. 4 points we will be discussing tomorrow. So we will wind up here. Thank you very much.